Hey everybody, hey Nuka. Nuka, I saw that you saw the Skeleseller wrap. I hope you enjoyed. Adam is going to address player feedback for today. Goal is to smooth out any rough edges that new players have encountered. Try the newest demo here. All right, and let's start this the way that I normally start this, with tenant review. Yeah, I think I'll just write this down. Last week was just a bad week, but I don't think it was for work reasons. Bricklaying, we launched checkpoint 6, which took a lot of I'll just say the bricklaying mentality. Breaks, I have been standing more. I think I'm also trying to be mindful of when I do need breaks. Yeah, I think in general, nothing's really going wrong here. Hey, Chef Alton. And thanks, Nuga. Hope it goes well for you too. What is it that I see? What are you talking about? Who cares? Or do you just mean the stream? Because there shouldn't be anything different. Now you got me wondering. Oh, I see. You have future sight. Thank you for the gifted subs. I appreciate it. And welcome in new subs. I doubt these people are even here right now. Twitch has some way of deciding how they give out subs. But yeah, thank you very much. Hey, Crows. Crows, I'm not sure if we should talk over DM about the thing that we last DM'd about. Hey, Life's Faded. Okay, so yeah, it is pretty much, oh yeah, we got a couple of things, I guess. I was gonna say we're pretty much just gonna jump into feedback and do feedback for the whole day, but there is stuff that we have left over from before, so let's bump this down. If I could select just that, there we go. All right, so put this down here. And then we have all of this feedback. Yeah. So we're gonna get through as much of that list as we can today. Oh, I see. Gotcha, Crows. Yeah. No, and no worries about being busy. I just wasn't even sure we were on the same page. And it sounds like we are then. And take your time. Take your time. You don't necessarily need to DM me. I think I was slightly confused by whatever the last response was, but I don't even fully remember at this point. All right, journal. So yeah, in 9 days, I believe. Yeah, 9 days. I'm gonna be on the Twitch front page, and I was just curious if anyone had any general ideas for this. My real idea here is just like always have Skeleseller on screen, because I think it's colorful enough that it might pull some people in. A lot of how people watch when you're on the front page is that they're not actively watching you. They're just passing through to get to whatever streamer they want to watch. So your view count is super inflated, but not really. And some people just use it as an opportunity to run a bunch of ads and like profit off of the increased viewership. I don't plan to do that. But yeah, is there anything that people think would be worthwhile for that day? As an example, and I probably won't do this either, but I could have like a trailer command where it just takes over the whole screen and shows the trailer of the game. And I play that every once in a while because people are probably gonna be like, what's this you're making? What's this game you're playing? And I need some answer, but I can't play the same video every, 6 seconds. So yeah, I think it's pretty much just have the game on screen for a lot of that. Maybe a split screen of Skeleseller and a split screen of you coding it. Yeah, I was thinking something like that, although not necessarily split screen, just like I write a script that makes my window take up the right amount of room so that you can always see the game playing itself. Yeah, the eliminated pre-rolls have been a thing now for a few months on the stream. But that's actually kind of an interesting point. What was I just about to say? I should have some kind of hotkey that'll put the game into a mode where it plays itself in an interesting way. E.g., it starts 2 to 3 battles. It loads a save file from that has all of the buildings, etc. Those sorts of things. I just got pre-rolls. I'll show you the setting I'm talking about. I don't think it's a pre-roll you got. I think it's a coincidental start of stream ad, but it shouldn't even be possible for the first 5 minutes. Where is this? Monetization ads. Okay, yeah, here we go. So I have this set to 3 minutes, and it says pre-roll ads for incoming viewers fully disabled. So yeah, I don't think you got explicitly a pre-roll. I think it's something else. And also I have somewhere here, there's some like cooldown on this. Where is it? Run a 3-minute ad break every, yeah, this is what I want. There was some cooldown of like, you could set it to, oh, here it is. Yeah. After your stream starts, how long do you want Ads Manager to wait before it automatically runs ads? And this is set to 5 minutes. So it should have been impossible on 2 fronts that you got pre-rolls on here. But anyway, I have no other controls over this. So there's nothing else I can do for that. Hey, Kevin. I would do a small hacky project and show existing. You do a totally separate project, or do you mean a project within Skeleseller? Because I think I should only focus on Skeleseller. I don't think I'm trying to get people to like watch my stream. I'm trying to get people to play Skeleseller. So I think I need to focus on that. But I don't think I can do 8 hours of just like playing the game. I think I need to do some amount of development on it. Anyway, let's go look at this. I have some change that I made here. Spells cost mana, which comes from this rainbow crystal. Yeah. Okay, so this is just like fix the enchanter text. Subject verb agreement. Yeah. And I changed the to this. That was incredibly minor. Oh, and then I wanted to try this really fast. Definitely have the Skeleseller command in the title and on screen at all times. Yeah. I'll write that down. All right, so Darkstorm told me about screencast mode, which possibly I want on here. This is a test of what it's like to use this mode. Is this super distracting? It apparently shows shortcuts as well. Oh no, it doesn't. Okay, well it shows that. It doesn't show me making a new tab for some reason. I suspect this will be distracting. I don't like that so big. Yeah, I can change this to be like 12, let's say. Oh, it has to be greater than 20. Okay, let's set it to 20. This is a test. It's still pretty big. I wonder if there's a way to change. You could turn off show raw keys, I guess, and that way it's just showing keyboard shortcuts. It's not even showing those, I guess, because of how I use the keys. Yeah, like you can kind of see it flashing there quickly, Command D. If I just press Command D, it shows. But if I use my keyboard shortcut that I have, because of how my firmware is set up, it doesn't show. Yeah. Anyway, I don't think I'm going to keep this on. What else do we have here? Controls how long the keyboard overlay is shown. Controls the size. Mouse indicator. Oh, interesting. Showing where I'm clicking. Except for my mouse is already huge, so that's not really needed, I guess. Vertical offset. Yeah, so we could set this to be closer to the top. This is a... Oh, wait, we can't do it that way. Yeah. Yeah, I think pretty much no matter what, I don't think this is a good idea. I think I'm going to turn this off. Like, I don't know who wants to see this exactly. Can I set this to 0? You can. So this will be all the way at the bottom. Yeah, that's a little bit more palatable. But then it's going to get covered by the keyboard camera. I'm going to turn this off. I think it was worth trying. I don't think anyone's necessarily even asking for this. It was worth trying out. We have auto ad breaks. I have a 3-minute ad now, which should remove pre-rolls for the next hour or so. So just to be clear, pre-rolls are as soon as you enter the stream. because it's before you've even seen the content. Like you wouldn't even be able to see me say, hi, welcome to the stream. It would just immediately go to an ad. The ads that you're seeing are interstitial ads. They're in between the content. And there's no way for me to turn off pre-rolls more than they are. So if they were showing for you, then that's Twitch. That's not me. All right, cool. Anyway, yeah, I'm gonna delete this. Hey, Leftist, thanks for playing Skeleseller. I've got a whole bunch of notes here. You can see your names right there. And yeah, we have a lot of things we're gonna try to get through. Oh no, that's my name. All right, so let's see. There's a bush and a mushroom over the guild. We can't just slap a building on top of it. I don't know how I didn't even notice this until Leftist was playing. I guess I just don't ever look at the guild anymore. And I think part of the reason why is it's just built from the beginning. Is that, yeah. So this is the problem. There's just a bush and a mushroom on top of the roof. I just never noticed it. And probably this too, these mushrooms. The flowers aren't so bad. The mushroom up there is pretty bad. But yeah, I know how we can get rid of this. Yeah, we're gonna delete all this. What is this, Super Mario Brothers? We don't want mushrooms on the roof. Okay, so the problem that we have with this is that this is all inside the environment in a different layer. So like there's all the stuff that's showing up. In fact, I guess those 3 red mushrooms are showing. Yeah, there they are. I only saw the one because they kind of blend in with the items. But yeah, this is a mess. So what we could do is we could put all of these onto a layer that does get deleted. And I don't think that would be too bad. Where are these things? They are in scatter objects. And I think that's what happens over here on this path, right? Not quite. Some of them are scatter objects, but some of them are trees. Yeah, let me see if I can just load game. Yeah, so these are scatter objects. We can delete those. But then once you build the fishing pond, there are still some trees in the way. Hey, Matt. Okay, so we could clear scatter objects. But the path to the fishing pond needs to also clear trees. Oh, also we should push a new version probably before lunchtime today. Before lunch, push new version. There are only some minor changes right now that I don't think are going to impact too many people, but by the time we've gotten to lunch, hopefully we've fixed several more of these things. Is there some other thing I can do here? I guess we need to know what areas we're clearing and which layers to clear. In fact, actually, that might be the best way to do this. Maybe we have a reference to a tile map layer and we just say like clear this area and clear these tile map layers. And it's just an array of references to tile map layers. The problem with that is that we need this to exist somewhere. I guess the environment could actually have it. We could have something like farm deletion. Yeah, could make something like tile map clear node. It has a reference to any layers that should be cleared and which regions should be cleared for those layers. So that way we could get rid of trees and scatter objects and whatever else. Problem is we'd have this in like 3 different scenes. Hey, David. And hey, Caleb. Thanks for the resub, Caleb. Currently suffering in an airport. Why are you suffering? Is the plane delayed? Lots of meetings today? All right, yeah. Take care, Leftist. And hey, Remy. Hello, fellow programmer. So what's the most ergonomic way of doing this? Super full and noisy. Yeah, I found noise canceling headphones when flying are some of the best companions. Whether you're in the airport or in the air, there's a ton of noise. Well, in the airport usually isn't too bad for me. They do have a lot of announcements and stuff. So it would be nice to just specify where a building is going to go and let it figure this out. I don't think that's going to be possible because we don't want to clear the entire ground. So then where do we make these buildings? Farm. Yeah, we can't. We can't do this. All right, so the problem with this is that something like the farm has a tile map that gets added from farm.tscn, but needs to align with environment.tscn. It needs to clear tile map layers in the environment. Didn't enjoy it, yeah. 2.5 hours isn't too bad. I've been on some long flights and I've been in really bad mental states on flights before. I think the environment should know which region it should clear, but then this is going to have a whole bunch of like, hey, for the farm, get rid of this stuff. I mean, what else could we do? Maybe, well, there are some other things. We could have separated nodes for each individual. Oh, here's another thing we can do. Yeah, for each individual building in the environment scene. I think what may be best though is having a before and after for a building. So for example, we have like farm before, and this has, you know, blank, not blank, like trees, flowers, grass, etc. And then we have the farm, and that has anything cleared that has to be cleared. So we're just showing one scene or the other at any given time. Yeah, that could potentially work. Maybe disqualified medically. Yeah, as a pilot, I think you almost certainly need something like that. But as an occasional flyer, probably don't. It's like going to a concert or something. If you were a drummer in a band, you're almost certainly gonna need ear protection. But if you go to like one concert, it's probably not the end of the world. Hmm. So do I want to do this? Where do we even store this stuff? And what would this mean about the environment? It means that the environment itself is not the only thing that we're painting on top of. It makes me wonder if we should even have an environment node like this. There are other ways we could kind of solve this. We could just not have any of this stuff show up here. I don't think that's a smart idea though. Hmm. And what if we cleared every tile map? Did we leave out earplugs? Yeah. Man, I'm really torn on this. I really want to just automatically generate the whole map. And then we have some like set pieces that are kind of built in. We would do so much if we did that. We'd get rid of all these copy pasted trees. These wouldn't need to exist. We would get rid of these plots of land that are clearly delineated, which shouldn't be. I don't think it's worth solving all of this right now, but what are the problems with this, I wonder? I mean, we might create some kind of map that looks bad, or I don't know, collision's messed up or something. Hmm. Yeah, this is quite the puzzle of like what amount of work should we do to try to address this? Because the problems that we have right this second, like some plants are sprouting out of the building, that's a problem. And then over here on the path, if we ever had a skeleton walk down here, it would just walk through these trees and through the bushes and everything. So we could just get rid of those things, and that's it. We could just say we're done. We don't even have those mushrooms or whatever there. And yeah, I think that's probably what's best for now. That's the easiest thing to do. So there's a basic algorithm you could start off with. Yeah, I think it's not so much that generating the map might be tough. It's also that placing the paths and having them look pretty. Like here you can see we have a nice little bend. It's not just like this tile is fully walkable or not walkable. It's like part grass, part dirt. We need to dynamically place even these. And then same thing with like the fences. We probably need some of these to exist and some not to. Anyway, it's probably not worth doing now. So how about this? Let's delete these things. So all of this that's showing up, the only questionable one is that flower. That flower is technically not in a weird position, right? It's right outside the door. Yeah, I guess it looks a little bit weird. So we delete that too. All right, then we go look at the trail down here. So there's a mushroom and then a blue flower. There it is. So we can get rid of those. Those aren't a problem, I think. That white flower is kind of a problem. Where is that? It's beneath the blue one. Let's delete that one too. All right, that stuff's all fine. Now this needs to be fixed up. So there's a green mushroom and a whole bunch of other stuff here, and like this. Delete the bush. Delete that flower. This bush. Probably these. Those other ones are fine. Maybe the rock. And then those trees. Hi, Magnus. Where are the trees? Oh, they're in this layer as well. Okay, let's try that. See how we look now. So now I think it'll look fine when we load from the save file, but before we load from the save file, yeah, you can see it looks like a lot of blank area over here. But yeah, what are you gonna do? This is probably the fastest solution. Yeah, there we go. Okay. Take a look at it in the tutorial. One big blister, 25 miles. One blister. I'm surprised you said you didn't sleep all that well after walking so far. Would expect you to be pretty tired. Okay, so does this look bad that there are no like flowers or anything here? I think it's fine. But it's clear that there's going to be a building that goes here. That's the only part that I think is a little bit strange. And then, yeah, this looks a little bit weird. But let's build it out and see what happens. So show all signs, grant most things. We build the farm. Yeah, that looks fine. We build this. Yeah, it's good enough for now. Slept for about 4 hours in total. Lay awake in bed for like 2. Wow. Yeah, that's wild. What changed in the town? Just this? Because you have them be conditionally hidden when the building is present. Yeah, but the issue that we have is that right now the environment has all of the data for this stuff. So we have like a base layer, then grass, then bushes, then trees, then fences and whatever else. And we don't want to hide everything. We just want to hide some of these things. So like some of the trees and some of the bushes. So we need to probably specify which regions we want for each building. Then we need code to turn those things on based on which building is built. It's not like it's impossible to do. It's really unwieldy. And I think the best way of doing this would be something where we're just like, you know what, map, you figure it out. Like, we're going to put a path here. And if there were trees there, then get rid of them. And yeah, I think it's just not worth the effort right now. Hey, Bitomancer. Could also have a scatter layer that belongs only to each region, then just toggle the layer. Yeah. And that was one of the other things I wrote here. We have some like farm before and farm after. I still don't think it's probably worth it for right now because the only place where we had this problem is, well, there were 3, I guess, and we just fixed them all up. So where is this? Is it this one? I have an issue about this somewhere. Yeah, here. Make sure the paths are clear of clutter. Okay, so remove clutter. Remove some clutter. There was ground clutter that would show on top of the guild. And the paths to the farm and pond. Part of this issue is covered by this. or not part of this issue is covered by this. It's like this addresses a small part of that. Yeah, that's a better way of writing this out. That's industrialization. You're darn tootin'. Hey, Chris, it's going well. I'm feeling more like myself today. Last week was not a very good week. I mean, it's in terms of progress, we launched the demo and I'm happy about that. But then, yeah, there was some personal life stuff that just made it difficult. I'm hoping I'm back to normal and I feel good so far. And the goal for today is just shotgun through this entire list. So as much of this stuff as we can get done, the better. So we're done with that one now. Consider more pictorial content from NPCs. Okay, this is not a specific task for right now. This is just a consideration for polish for the future. But imagine something like this. The farmer says, drop potions into the extractor near me to extract seeds and plant them on your farm. This is fine. This is clear. People know what this means. But wouldn't it be nice if there were a picture of like a potion and then an arrow and then the extractor? And you'd be like, oh, that's the extractor. And you'd know right from this dialogue. So like I said, not an explicit task for right now. It's just something we can do in the future. So I'll just file this as an issue. Consider more pictorial content for text where appropriate. Did they surge up at all? It wasn't huge. I'll show you where we're at now. I think it's 1560. Yeah, 1562. It did go up more than it normally does. I think the more interesting analytics that rose were the itch analytics. So in the last, I'm just gonna estimate like 5 days, yeah, 5-ish days. We got, let's see, about 1,000, about 2,000 more views, and about like 350, 400 more downloads. So that I think drove a lot of traffic to Steam. It also got some people on here, although no one here was really leaving comments or anything. And then we got some feedback. There's something a little bit concerning about the feedback here. Let me show this because I don't really know what to make of this. All right, so here was the past feedback that we got. No, that's not the past feedback. Here was the past feedback that we got. We got 44 responses. This is from about like mid-February to last Wednesday. And I had fun playing the game. You can see about 61% of people said strongly agree, and about 37% said agree. But now in the new form, we've only had 11 responses so far. Those responses are flipped for some reason. So now a minority of people are like, yes, I definitely had fun. And the majority of people are like, yeah, it was fun. I don't know what caused that to happen. And it could just be sampling bias. Like it could be that we just happen. I mean, these aren't large numbers, right? 11 and 44. It could be the number of returning versus new players. Hey, Hoppin. You're trending on itch, new and popular, just below the fold. I did not know that, but that is nice. Yeah, it's not enough responses. I know. It's just, it's if this is a trend that keeps up, this would be a little concerning and not greatly so, right? It's not like people are saying, I hated the game. That would be concerning. But yeah, I'm not sure why that might be happening. I haven't missed anything in the forums, have I? No one ever posts here, so it's not like I typically would. First time was new, next time is I've seen this before. It might be, and yet the previous checkpoint would have also had that same phenomenon occur, I believe. Because like the surveys I just showed you were surveys number 5 and number 6, I believe. So like we've had 4 surveys before this, and stats were kind of trending upward to 5, and then now they're starting to trend downward, I think. So I'm not totally sure. Just keep me on my toes. No, now I'm not going to see it. All right, so what is this? This looks like something failed. I don't know what happened here. Copy and paste. Get JSON data and save. This is very bad. What happened? Seen items tracker, seen items ID. We haven't seen any items, so this just failed. This should be set though. That's bizarre. What's null here? Huh. What is null? This exists and this exists. And there's no... Oh, maybe it's something in here. Oh, that's possible. I guess let's just hit the play button and find out. What does it think doesn't exist? Line 754. No, it thinks it's this. So wait, if I just hit save again, is this going to happen? Yes. I still don't get it. Okay, you know what we could try? We could try just copy pasting this whole thing. And if this gives us an error, then we know that it's something within this. Yeah, it is something within this. So something doesn't exist here that should. What might it be? The tip system? Well, I typed it with 2 M's. That's all fine. Battle panel. That exists. I guess we can just hover over these things. I don't even need to check anything else. Get shops, money, UI game options. That exists. Round items exist. Camera. Huh. Okay, well, I guess we can do this in a slightly different way. Check this out. We paste all these things over here. We get everything to the left of the equals deleted. Whoops. Let's do that again. We delete all of that. And now all of these things should exist. Ignore the nulls, I guess. And the curly braces. And any commas. So now we just copy paste all of these into the interpreter. Guild doesn't exist? Seriously? Well, that was fast. Also, that's new. Is it because I'm in the wrong? Oh, that is weird. Why wouldn't this exist? This is C#. And welcome in, Ray. Hey, Tyrion. All right, so what's responsible for setting the guild? And how could I have just broken this? I mean, I also closed the game. But I think I loaded from a save file. I don't think it's even possible for this thing to not exist. So if I just hit save right now, that didn't cause an error. And if I load and then save, this is bad. This is really bad. I don't know. I don't know how that would have been possible. Let's take a look. So whenever you load from a save file, you have to create the guild because you shouldn't be able to save without it there. Skip tutorial has this, create the guild. I should have, that's not good. I was going to say, I should have looked at the stack trace before that. Possibly there was some error creating the guild, although I don't know what that would have been. And I don't have any outstanding code changes, so we know that this must have happened just by sitting around over here. I'm able to repro it? Not right now, no. Maybe I had gone to the title screen. Save? No. Load? Save? No. Maybe I built something. Let's build the farm and then save and load. No. Let's build the fishing pond. Want me to check out the VOD? Yeah, I forgot about that. I can go do that. All right, mute this. It's already muted apparently. All right, what did I do? Oh, I was just sitting around here talking. Yeah, so it was before any of this. So we need to go back to the last time the game was open. Yeah, because I was talking about this stuff. Then 5 minutes must have passed. And that's what triggers autosave. So we need to keep going back until I finally figure out what I was doing. All right, so I had the farmer's dialogue open. I built the fishing pond as well. I guess let's go back even farther and see. I'll speed this up. All right, what did I do? Oh, the guild was not built. Oh, that's why. Oh my God. Okay, never mind. I know what happened. This is a bug that can only happen in development. Yeah, good idea though, Rami. So I'm gonna give you a point for that. Yeah, what happened is this. So I had. It's a really good thing I checked the VOD for that, or else I would have been infinitely perplexed. Here's the repro, and this is not a real scenario. So you start the game, and players can't do anything else in the game other than build the guild. But I have this debug menu where I can show all of the signs right from the get-go. So I clicked that, and then I built something. So now I have the farm, but I don't have the guild. And then I clicked grant most things, which marks the tutorial complete. So now we can save the game, but there's no guild, and you're never supposed to be able to get into this situation. So there are a couple ways we could fix this, and really, honestly, fixing this is not important because no one can ever hit this other than developers. So one way we could fix this is if we mark the tutorial complete, we also give you the guild. And I think that's probably the easiest way of doing this. I think my CS bachelor's, but can't find an internship. Is that okay? I mean, is that okay? Is all in the eye of the beholder, right? Like, if I don't know, you're on your last dollar and you need an internship for money, then probably it's not okay. But if you're just saying like, oh, I haven't gotten a job immediately out of college, yeah, generally that's fine. Hey, Patrick, watch out, you're in the back. Are you talking about? Oh yeah, the VOD. All right, so let's go figure out if I even want to do something about this. Where do we have skip tutorial? Here it is. Oh, we have create guild. Oh, but grant most things doesn't call this? We just call mark tutorial complete. Yeah. I mean, the other way we could potentially, quote unquote, solve this, we could just put an if statement inside of save that says if you don't have the guild, then hopefully you're on a development build. In fact, yeah, let's do that, I guess. Because I don't think this is very important. So if os.has feature debug and guild is null, then, oh, we have to return something though. I guess I could just throw a new exception. Invalid operation exception. Guild is null, but we're trying to save. This should be a debug specific bug that you can ignore. Well, should be. It has to be because I have this debug here. Well, I guess it doesn't have to be. That's the only what's going to make this thing print out. Okay, so now let's try that again. And now we'll get an exception, but it'll be obvious what's going wrong. We could also just make the guild be nullable. But you're not supposed to be able to get into that state. So, all right, so I click show all signs, grant most things, try to save the game. It throws an exception. The exception prints this out. Guild is null, but we're trying to save. This should be a debug specific bug that you can ignore. Yeah, that's it. Okay. All right, let's check that in. Throw exception when guild is null and we save. This is only possible on debug builds, but I don't want it to confuse us in the future. To hear Rami's wrath over there. All right, where do we leave off of this? Yeah. And I think I wrote that this could be done for skills as well. Could also be done for skills if we want. Maybe showing the archer glowing when they have whatever the steady shooting is. The steady... I'm not even going to look this up. I don't remember the name. I'll know what I mean in the future, and if not, it doesn't matter. And then there's one other thing I wanted to say. No, maybe that's it. Okay, so great. Hey, Phil. Okay, that's done. Need a tip for when a worker is holding an armor or weapon, but you don't have the shop. Hi, Oakleus. Okay, so what happens in the game is you beat the first boss and you unlock the ability to build the armor shop. But you can find armors before you've built the armor shop. And when you do, your workers might just walk around with armors in their hands. That's... Oh god, I accidentally checked something in I shouldn't have checked in. Hang on a second. Grant items. Instance, add items. No, there shouldn't... What? What? How did I only get blue potions out of this? I... Is it because I'm in some weird state? Oh yeah, I am in some weird state. Okay, never mind. I know why. I gotta stop doing that. Man, everything breaks when you skip the tutorial because you cheat. All right, anyway, what I was trying to show here is this. Yeah, so let's make a bunch of workers. So they're going to pick up these armors and they're going to pick up weapons, but they have nowhere to go. So they'll walk around forever and you can't take the armor or the weapon from them. So what I'm going to propose here is, what if we just show a tip when that happens? It says like, hey, one of your workers has a piece of armor, but you don't have the shop to sell it. Just go build a shop. It has no. Cool, thank you, Matt. Tip for when a worker's holding an armor or weapon, but you don't have a shop. Okay, do I want to do this? And how would we even know that a worker picked up an armor? I guess we'd need... Where's worker wander? How does this work? There should be some like pickup. There's drop off, find item sources, and ground item. Oh, this itself knows how to transition to this thing? Yeah, pickup item. Okay, so in pickup item, we eventually get to it. And we add a held item component. So what we could do here is we could emit a signal and then listen inside the tip system for like, have you picked this thing up? But we would also need to know that you don't have the shop. Sometimes the customers get so stubborn and won't buy. So you got like 4 skeletons holding items. Yeah. Yeah, I'm still not totally sure what I want to do about that. All right, so emitting something from here. Nothing can really listen to this. In fact, I don't know where we ever invoke any signal from states. Let's go take a look at that. What's going on here? Why can't I open this? Oh, that was weird. Okay, so game source. Where is states? There it is. And then I want the worker states. Where are those? Where are these? Oh, it's just in the states folder and no other folder. Okay, yeah, that's fine. All right, now I want to search for invoke. And it doesn't exist at all. I wonder if the worker has something. No, they don't have any signals. Something we need to listen to them anyway. Maybe the state machine had something. Oh, here we go. The components have, well, the components have listeners. They don't ever invoke though. All right, I want to think of how I want to set this up. I would need a signal for when a worker picks up an item. Actually, it's technically not just a worker. Adventurers can pick up things too. How does that work? Worker wander. Does adventurer have this state? Wander. Oh yeah, worker wander. Okay. Yeah, so both of them could just do something here. But we only act on a node 2D, and a node 2D wouldn't have this signal. So it'd have to be the held item component that gets it, or we need to know that something added a held item component. I think we have a way of doing that. I I think there's a signal in here, added component. I don't know what listens for that though. On component added is what's called. On component added. Yeah. Invoked whenever a component is added to an entity. Systems can use this to detect entities that they care about without having to check every single frame if such an entity exists. Yeah, but we need to know what entity has this thing and then check to see if they're a worker. Because I think held item component might exist somewhere else, but this is one way we could do this. Yeah. What is this? Isn't used by player held item? Alternatively, what we could do is we could just check, have you found an armor? And do you have the armor shop? Because it doesn't really matter if a worker is holding it or not, right? Just something like, hey, you just found your first armor item. Yeah, I think that's probably better. Maybe we just listen for whether you found an armor item or a weapon. And then say something like, you just found your first piece of armor. You need an armor shop. Build the armor shop to be able to sell it. And then similarly, you just found your first weapon. Build the weapon shop to be able to sell it. I think that's fine. I don't think it matters if you picked it up or not. And even if you miss that somehow, the game, it does subtly steer you toward that. So yeah, I think that's okay. All right, so how do we detect when you found a certain item? Add items. Ground items not spawn. It wouldn't necessarily spawn on the ground. Could put it in the warehouse. So yeah, scene items tracker. Look at that. Yeah, so this thing can keep track of it. In fact, there's unacquired new item. Wow, look at that. We got already what we need. Yeah, we need sirens blaring when this happens. Interestingly, nothing listens to this. We must have had some reason for this to exist in the past. I'm kind of curious. All right, let's go take a look. I just want to see. It was probably for a tutorial or something. If we go to the scene items tracker, man, I need to clean my keyboard. Double typing a lot. And we look at the blame for this. Let's add the tavern. Oh, is this to allow you to get different quests or something? Might have been. All right, so on acquire. How do you search through the code so that I don't have to deal with this nonsense? Oh, it's just really slow. Okay, sure. Shop on acquired item? It's not that one though. Here it is. On acquire new item. Show tavern sign. Oh, I remember now. We didn't even show the tavern until you'd found enough items because we were randomly generating quests. So you needed at least 3 items in the tracker. Okay, well then this should be pretty easy. So let's go to the tip system and make a new tip. Call this one something like need armor shop. Need armor shop tip. I guess we need the tip ID. Why are these numbered? Oh, because these get saved. Yeah. All right, so need armor shop equals 12. Then we can make a new tip for that. Let's just save this one. Need armor shop tip. All right, so how does this work? We need to know, has found armor and then has built the armor shop. Does the town have a constant time way of looking that up? There's, I think, get shop matching item category, yeah. Unfortunately, get shops is OVN, but doesn't have to be that way in the future. But yeah, I guess let's just put this here. So private bool has built armor shop. All right, we got to listen for a couple things, right? Scene items tracker on acquired new item. So on acquired new item. And then we need to know when you've built this shop. All right, good. And what's the string for this? We wrote this out already. You just found your first piece of armor. There we go. So has met conditions to show. is that you have found armor, but you have not built the armor shop. And hazmat conditions to close is that you have done both of these things. So has found armor and you have built the armor shop. And then we need the two listeners over here. So let's go build these. Generate method and generate method. Okay, now put them in the other order. Put them down at the bottom. And don't say that they're not implemented. On acquired new item is an integer. What? That's not really what I expected. And not how this should work at all. So yeah, it should take in the item ID. Yeah, I don't care about the rest of that stuff. Because otherwise you can't figure out which one you just acquired. This is a hash set, doesn't have order. All right, well, anyway, nothing else is listening to this, so I guess it's fine. So item ID, new item. And now we want the item data for that. And then if that item is armor, then say that you found armor. Perfect. There's what, item category? Yeah, that. And this is item category.armor. All right, so that's done. And now we want it for this. This is going to be, if the category is armor, then you build the armor shop. Perfect. I think that's all this takes. But I'm probably missing something here. Actually, to close this, I guess all we care about is that you built the armor shop. We don't care about anything else. All right, well, let's try it out. Where's the tip system? I know I haven't coded this for weapons yet. I'll get to that in a bit. Yeah, there's debug disable. Not anymore. Okay, so we got to find an armor, and then it should pop up the tip. Let's make sure it gets all of its tips out of its system. I don't even think it should have any, right? Oh, no, it will, about hiring adventurers and stuff. Yeah, you have an adventurer, blah, blah, blah. Having a look over and see the in-depth autocomplete you have. Yeah, that's Copilot doing that. It is pretty nice. Oh, man, I think this is 10 real-time seconds, so I'm not actually speeding anything up. Ugh. Well, is it done? It's probably done. Okay, so now we can test this out. So we go, let's just spawn an armor. So click that there. So now the tip should pop up within 10 seconds. Because I think it only checks every 10 seconds. Maybe this doesn't trigger that you've found these items. Oh, maybe it doesn't trigger until it's actually inside a shop, in which case this is impossible. Oh, or it's just taking forever to do this stuff. Why is it taking so long? How often does this check? Every 10 seconds. That was definitely longer than 10 seconds. I'm not sure if the scene item tracker... Oh, you know how we can test this? We can just save the game and then go look at the save file. Save data / save.json. Whoops. And then look at scene items. It only thinks we found the potion. Yeah, all right. Yeah. All right. So, all right, this is technically on acquired new item. Okay, okay. So I think what we want is on that you've... Well, what does it mean to acquire an item? Does it mean that you got it from battle or that you put it into a shop? Because I think it would mean that you just got it from battle. Where does this get called? On acquired item in the shop. That's actually the only place it gets called. Yeah, so it's only when it's put into a shop. So then this is not what we can use for this. Yeah. But we currently use this to see that you completed the tutorial. But that's a shop acquiring the item. Okay, so then I think I know what we want to do here. We want to add this from somewhere else. Yeah, as soon as the item is dropped, which is what's done from add items. Not this, it's this. Spawn or grant. Yeah, yeah. So what, we need to iterate over all of these now? Yeah. Is there any other way? No. Okay, fine. Let's do it. All right, so for each item ID in item IDs, add that. In fact, I think we can just do this using the... Is there not a for each from link? Hold on a second. Is that not a thing? No, it should be. Why did that not pop up as a function I can call? Scene items tracker.add. Oh, because it's a read-only list. It needs to be on a regular list, which I'm not going to do. Yeah, all right, I'll forget that. Okay. That should fix the bug. So let's have the tip system only start a timer once every... Or sorry, start a timer that just does this once every second. So I don't need to wait. Yeah, waiting 10 seconds is annoying. And now I think everything should be good. We need to make sure we didn't break the tutorial. So we should see tips pop up over here. The fact that I'm not already is concerning. What is this doing? Why do we set one shot equal to true only to set it to false? Well, that can be deleted. Weird. Okay, so I click this. Another one should pop up in the next second. Yeah, now it's working. Oh, it probably requires some other event to happen. And I'm not triggering those events. Anyway, whatever. All right, let's click grant items. And now we should see the thing about the armor shop. Yeah, you just found your first piece of armor. Build the armor shop to be able to sell it. So let's say we build this. This tip should now go away. Yeah, perfect. And that problem is because I set the timer to 1 second. Probably need to fix that at some point too. So what happens if you found an armor, then you saved the game, and then loaded before the tip showed up? Is that even likely? It doesn't matter if it's likely. It could happen. Well, let's just look through the code and figure out what would happen in that case. So basically, unacquired new item gets hit. We set has found armor. Then we save the game and load. When we load from a saved file, it's not going to set this to true again. And you can never acquire that same armor item for a second time. So we need to set this from a save file if we wanted to. I don't think this is going to matter too much, and I don't know if it's worth the effort right now, but I do wonder if I should just do this. Because it's not that hard to do. Yeah, I think we should probably do this. All right, well, before I forget, let's go make another one here. Let's make a need weapon shop tip. Sure, whatever. Yeah, just go replace all these things, right? You found your first piece of weapon. Build the weapon shop to be able to sell it. Okay, the rest of the stuff is all fine, right? Yeah, so now we need that inside the tip system. Armor shop tip. This is weapon shop. That needs to be here. And then we need to be able to load from a save file. I think I already have this written down. Maybe it's not worth doing this right now. I don't have this written down. What am I remembering then? No, I would have put tip in the title or in the description. Tutorial, maybe? Is it this? Why did I close this? I looked into this. There are technically problems, but they're not significant enough to address. Okay. Hmm. Making tip system tips. We load it from a save file. For most tips, it's probably not too important whether they show or don't show. Even the newest tip at the time of writing this document doesn't initialize this based on the loaded state of the game. It's possible that you have started multiple battles, but then saved before the tip could be marked as shown. I guess I'll just write here similarly, need armor shop tip doesn't check when loading from a save file whether has found armor should be true. So it's possible that the tip shows much later. Like I said, this is just not super important. So that's it. We're pretty much done. Yeah. We should probably test out the weapon shop part of this now. All right. Where do we do that? Start one. And there we have it. Yeah. All right, so grant items, we should see the thing about armor or weapons. It's probably random which one shows up first. And I don't really care which one shows up first. I just care that they both will show up. You just found your first piece of armor. Build the armor shop to be able to sell it. Okay, we do that. Then this goes away. We'll just auto dismiss it. Or manually, I mean. And then we wait for the weapon one to show up. You just found your first weapon. Build a weapon shop to be able to sell it. Okay, so we build the weapon shop. And then that should go away. Yep, perfect. Okay, cool. And then they'll never show up again. These are other tips that are showing up. All right, cool. That's good. I have seen players struggle with this a bit. This is an ECS. This should be checked in on its own. This should just fix a typo. Fix typo in a comment. This should not be checked in. So we repurposed when we mark that you've seen an item to be as soon as the item spawns. I think that's how I would expect this to be in the future too. Yeah. So add tips for when to build new shops. Oh, you know what I didn't do is the other way around there. Hang on, I gotta try that out. We've got to build the armor shop first, and then build the weapon shop first, and then try spawning those things in. I click grant items. Now those tips should not show up. Yeah, it says you have an adventurer. That's fine. We'll see another couple. It'll say something about building the town hall or hiring an adventurer. Yeah, you can hire an adventurer. I don't care. And I'm pretty sure it should say that we can build the town hall. What what? Oh, the town hall tip I think only shows after like 60 seconds of not building it. That way you're not given a tip for something that the game is naturally steering you toward anyway, so that you can feel like you can discover it yourself. Yeah, so I think it's going to show up after quite a long time. Let's just do this. This might not even actually speed things up. All right, well, whatever. We didn't see the weapon shop tip. I think it's fine. Let's save and load. We still shouldn't see them. In fact, it should have marked that they were already shown, right? Tip, shown tips, 12, 13, 11. Yeah, those are the new ones. Okay, yeah, everything's working. Cool. I changed seen items tracker so that an item is considered seen when it drops, not when it enters a shop. Yeah, and I already looked over the diff, right? But I'm pretty sure everything's fine here. I know there's some duplicated code between the armor one of these and the weapon one of these. And we could just have this taken an item category and a message. Oh, also, I probably should have localized this. Yeah, let's make both those changes. I'll do that now, though. I'm not going to do that in that commit. All right, so need armor shop tip. We're going to make this a generic one that just has need shop tip. And then we'll replace this with has found item of shop type and has built shop. And then this will be constructed with an item category. And then those things are all fine. This needs to change dynamically. Don't care about the rest of these. And then this just needs to match the category. Good. Then in the tip system, instead of making these things, we're going to make a need, what do I call it? Shop? Yeah, new need shop tip item category dot armor. And this should be the same way. Then we delete the weapon one. Open up over here. Need armor shop, need weapon shop. Yeah, and I forgot to run through here so we get the UID file. Or is it just launching that does it? No, it's running through it. Did it load? Need shop tip could not be found. What did I name it? Oh, whoops. Whoops. Need shop tip. My bad. Did that make the file? No. And now we need the localized messages to show up. Why are we not getting a UID file out of this? That's not right. Let's do this. It should do it. Just takes a long time. Did it do it? Yeah, there it is. All right, so now we get the localized messages in here. Localized. So we need one of these for something like get armor shop or armor shop message. And that's going to be this. You just found your first piece of armor. And then there's going to be the weapon shop message, which is, I mean, pretty much the exact same thing. Which is you found your first weapon. Build the weapon shop. Yeah, using Godot for this. Definitely liking it. All right, we got to incorporate these things. And then we just need to use the right message. Should be pretty easy. So I'm just going to make a switch here. Return, how does this work? Item category switch. Yeah. And then throw new argument out of range exception. This is not actually a thing, is it? Oh, it is. Oh, interesting. Okay, well, let's just import system then. All right, neat. Oh, wait, now it'll have the wrong... No, it'll work. And what's this? Missing partial modifier on declaration of type need shop tip. We did this somewhere else, right? Something else inherits from tip, but actually has a way of constructing it. This isn't partial, though. What? Yeah, what? Oh, do I have two of these? Is that why? I think I just need to reload VS Code. This seemed like it's stale. I think because I had two files at the same time. Or maybe I still do. And I... Is the weapon shop thing or the armor shop thing here? No. Why is it still highlighted? Another partial declaration exists. It doesn't, though. It's only these three things. Oh, maybe I need to rebuild? What? So confused about this. Another partial declaration of this type exists. What if I call this Need shop tip 2. Does it still think it exists? Okay, I don't understand that. If I made this partial, does it just go away? It does, but I don't. Oh, wait. Oh my God. I think, okay, I think I know why this is happening. I think it's because of localized messages being in here. Yeah. Okay, that makes sense. Do we have that written down? Localization, localize. Okay, let's just look for MD files. What is it called? All right, I'm confused. I know we added. Oh, there it is. Internationalization. Ah. All right. So do we write anything about partial in here? We don't write that it's needed, but we only ever use this for Godot nodes. Would be nice to add a diagnostic for that. Yeah. All right. Well, let's open this on GitHub. It'll be easier to look at there. I18N. Common setup in code. Hey, Broken Crown. Strange. Oh, we don't show our... I think I know what's going on. I don't think we have these annotations in the README anymore. Or not anymore. I don't think we ever had them in here. Yeah. I just don't know where I want to... I don't know where I want to write this. Seems to be over-engineered. Why do you say that? Native way for fetching translated strings. Can be used from these. I think I should just probably write another note here. All right, to use the localized messages, the class needs to be declared partial. All right, now we'll just preview this. Oh, the notes don't show up correctly. Oh, they don't show up here correctly. They probably show up in GitHub correctly. Yeah. All right, well, then let's just trust that that works. Because I don't care to preview that on GitHub. Oh no, UID changed. Oh no. All right, well, I guess we can check that in on its own. That's the only one that did. Run UID tool. Yeah, so we merged the two different kinds of tips and we localize them directly in here. All right, so clean up the new shop tips. They now use localized messages and I no longer duplicate code across two classes. Need annotations, partials, etc. So the thing is, I haven't done localization like from scratch before. Kevin implemented a lot of the system, and so I didn't do a lot of the research for this. So I don't know what the experience would be like without this stuff. And possibly it might feel okay, but at least the way we have things now, well, I guess I'm only typing English strings. But yeah, hopefully it's not going to be a problem in the future. Hey, 85 filter. Okay, so this is done. Next, the farm should probably be a drop zone for the extractor. Same with the chef slime. What would it take to get this to work? Because yeah, I see people trying to drag items to the slime. I don't think there'd be a problem by making a drop zone. Where's the other place we have a drop zone? Tavern, for example. Tavern has item drop zone and a shape here, and the shape is huge. So what if we just copy this over to the farm? So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to make this gigantic. We're going to take this thing here and make unique. And then I'm going to make this huge. It can be the largest drop zone you've ever seen. Now, nothing's going to know how to use that by default. So I need to hook this up. Did I get good feedback? Yeah. I always kind of say this because people generally ask that question exactly like how you did. And I think there are two things that good feedback can mean. Either the feedback was positive. So like, oh, hey, the game was fun, that kind of feedback. Or the feedback was valuable for development. In this case, it's being good. It's good feedback in that I know what to prioritize. And I think in general, both of these were true. But this is the one I'm more concerned with is just, do we know how to change the game? Because I think it's totally fine if someone gives feedback and says like, hey, this part of the game was not fun, but here's what you could do to make it fun, or here's what I would have found fun. Like that's helpful for development, even though it's not really positive. It's like the player didn't have a good experience. So a lot of what we're addressing, at least for today, is going to be these like little paper cuts that happened. Things where it's like, it's not the player's fault. They eventually learn that this is, not an issue, but what if we could just make it a little easier for them? And the thing I'm talking about right here is, if this thing will load, is that when you have the farm, it builds the extractor, and this is where you should bring potions. But a lot of people want to bring it directly to the slime. So what if when you dragged it to the slime, just put it inside the extractor anyway? Make them the localizer problem. Hey, pre-technic. All right, so to get this to work, we need to figure out how item drop zones work again, which I believe the recycler has and should not be that hard to do. Yeah, we just say that this thing is a drop zone. So the farm becomes a drop zone, which is maybe not what you'd expect. Would you expect the extractor to be a drop zone? What if you tried dragging a potion to your pond? I don't think I care right now. Yeah, we'll figure that out in a sec. All right, now what does this need to implement? Just get closest drop location. That seems dead simple. And it just returns this. So in this case, we just need to return the extractor. What a well-coded system. Sometimes things truly are just easy. Oh wait, no, this might only work for potions. The chef slime has a drop zone? Huh. Yeah, huh, look at that. Okay, this should be pretty easy. All right, so how do we get the extractor? I think we have to get it from the town. Yeah, so return town dot extractor. Yeah, there, that's it. All right, let's try that out. I want to bring it to the slime too, yeah. Does not implement drop-off item. Oh, this inherits from I accepts item. Oh, drat. We could proxy all of these to the extractor, but this probably indicates that just the extractor should cover like the entire southern part of the game. Yeah. All right, fine. You know what? I'll implement these for now, but I'm going to probably move where these things are. Definitely sought it any more often than necessary. Yeah. Yeah, and these are things that players never actually filed as feedback. Like, oh, hey, I accidentally dragged the dragged items to the slime a lot. But as I watch people play, I discover that, oh yeah, they're doing this, and like it's not really a mistake on their part. So for this, all I want to do is proxy this to the extractor, right? Drop off item. And then same thing here. Return town.extractor, which is why none of this code should be here. But like I said, I'm just doing it now to test this out. Not all code paths return a value. Problem solved. Okay, so how's this feel? This should allow us to drop potions on the chef slime, I think. I don't know if I made that rectangle large enough. And there's no way to tell, or not an easy way to tell, I guess. Is it working? I don't think it's working. I don't know what's going on right now. Let's just make the shapes visible. Your feedback was really helpful, Freak Technique. I appreciate it. You create a clickable area 2D that encapsulates this and just gets initialized with an I accept item to proxy to. Is that worth it? Well, in this case, we're probably not going to even do things the way I'm doing them now. I'll probably just put this on the extractor itself. Okay, I wonder if that's the problem. I made this too large. What are those red things? Is that where this is colliding? That's really interesting. Huh. I've never seen those. Yeah, well, this isn't working. What do we do this? What is going on here? Hey, Scoreline. It's going pretty well. Am I missing something else from this? Oh, yes, I am. We need to get this and then actually handle all of the events. Who would have thought? I don't think I want to do this here, though. I think I just want this to be on the extractor. I guess one of the problems would be that the extractor goes here, and we want to cover where the slime is, where the farm is, and possibly where the pond is. So I guess we need like 3 shapes to exist. It's not like it's hard to do that. Also, I don't think anyone tried dragging a potion to the pond, although maybe they did. Didn't feel like there was that much to say. I think any observations. So what was nice about your feedback is it wasn't one, it was clear. Can't tell you how many times I get feedback and I'm like, what are they even trying to say? But 2, you also gave some suggestions on like, here's what you might want to see, which you always need to massage with the current game design philosophy. But at least then it makes it even clearer what their problem is or what they're looking for. Getting rid of Animal Royale. Yeah, I mean we haven't played it on stream for what, at least a month now. The jump game is going to stick around. That's fine. Those are for short breaks. But yeah, Animal Royale is for longer breaks. So I would need to connect this, and I think it's probably worth just connecting it on the extractor itself. So the extractor will turn into a drop zone. I don't think that's already the case, that it is a drop zone. I think it's just an item destination. Yeah, but I think turning it into a drop zone is very easy. This is its clickable area. I guess there is one problem here. We turn this into a drop zone, and then you could still activate this lever. Could perhaps possible drop locations be highlighted or outlined when you hold an item, making it clear where you can drop it? It's already the case, but people don't tend to look that closely. So if I'm holding an item and I drag it, this gets outlined, but the slime doesn't get outlined. Well, if you hover over them, it does. That's probably something we should fix. But yeah, maybe it's not obvious enough, or maybe people, I don't know, they still just are like, I want to bring it to the slime. Okay, so possibly I should try this on here first before I go and mess everything up. And possibly it should just be on the farm. I mean, I guess I could put these things around here. What does this do? Oh, the town needs to listen to this. I see. Town already listens for the extractor though, doesn't it? Create extractor. Yes, it does. Yeah, so then I think this should just be on the extractor. All right, let's go change that then. All right, farm, move you from here. Cut over to here. Paste. So this is the item drop zone. This is this gigantic area. Let's just not have it be a gigantic area. Let's have it be, I don't know, this area right there. So not even connected to this. I just want to be able to test this. And then, did I even modify the farm? I did. I added some functions there. But they're not going to be needed anymore. So we can get rid of this. This can go to the extractor instead. And then whatever new functions we need could go there too. So pretty much these things that I added will go away. Get closest drop location will be added to the extractor. There should be a drop-off item or something, right? There isn't? What? Oh, because item machine has it? Sure. All right, let's go add this. Return this. And then I don't think we need to do anything special, or do we? What's the recycler do? We actually probably do need all of this. I'm going to add this, and I'll take a look at it in a bit. Where's the drop zone? Here it is. Okay, so on drop zone hover changed. This is something that the town listens to on each of these individual things. Player held item on drop zone hover changed. Okay. Sure. Hey, Meekers. Welcome in. I saw you in Kavino's stream, I want to say. Create extractor. Yeah, so I want this here. Extractor on drop zone change. And then we need this thing plugged in. So we'll take that from over here. Cool. Wherever we have any other actions, which we have none. So no matter where I put this, it's probably going to complain because I don't know where I'm supposed to put it. Oh my god, it didn't complain. No, it did. An event should not follow a property. Hooray. All right, any red? Yeah, just this one. This is on click, and we do whatever we did for the item machine, which presumably already had it on click. It does, but we can't invoke this from the child class. Event can only appear on the left-hand side. I sure love that. It's too bad. So there needs to be a protected function that we can call that can invoke this event, which I still think is kind of stupid. Protected void invoke on click. And we take in the, yeah, that. And then delete this stuff. And then just call invoke on click with this. And then this can be called from the child class now. I don't like it, but what are you going to do? So this got invoked with this here. But we don't need that for the extractor? No, I see why we don't need it. Okay. Invoke on click with a mouse event. Can we just do this? Nice. All right, let's try it. So now we should be able to drag an item onto the little area south of the extractor. Like here, yeah. It's getting highlighted when we put this here. Okay, so then the next step to do is to build this thing, save all of this, quit, load it through here so we can see this, and put this on a pretty large area like that, maybe. So the question is, does this work or does this cause some weird problems to happen? So now if we try dragging a potion to the slime, it will not work. That's too bad. Oh, and you can't click to drop it here? Oh, no, we already have the maximum amount of things. All right, I gotta fix that. Hmm. Yeah, I mean, this isn't gonna doesn't solve our problem. So I think, yeah, I think we gotta do something different here then, huh? So if I click here, this works. If I click here, it works and it toggles this thing. Man. Yeah, that's too bad. Did you make a no code game a couple of years ago? When you say no code game, I'm assuming you're talking about Botland. The game itself was a ton of code, but then inside the game, you could automate your bots without having to write code specifically. All right, well, this basically won't work. We could potentially get it to work by changing the slime's drop zone so that when you drag a potion to it, it puts it in the extractor. Yeah. Okay, well, let's try that then, because otherwise I don't have any great ideas for right now. So how do we do this? We go to Chef Slime, and we have that it'll only accept food. We could say that it could accept potions. Yeah, we could do something like that. Do we have a reference to the extractor here? We don't. Right, but we know that the extractor has to exist. So yeah, what we could do here is say if item category is equal to potions, then return the town's extractors will accept item. Will that work? Yeah, that'll probably work. Oh, this is so weird. We're proxying stuff to the extractor. Yeah. And then what else do we need? Some other thing that I'm not. It's drop off point we need to change based on what item you're giving it. Yeah, that's gonna be a problem. Oh, unless drop off item. Where's drop off item? Here it is. Yeah, so I think we do this. Is there anything else I'm missing here? No, I think that's all. All right, let's try that. This is gonna be nuts. Rocking the Botland shirt? Nice. I assume you haven't open sourced it. It's still in the process of being open source. That's what this is about. Yeah. Okay, let's try this. So we drag this to here. Yeah, nice. Now it's working. Okay, well, that change on its own is probably all we should really do here. So now when you try dragging a potion to the slime, it's going to put that in. We should also be able to harvest this ourselves. This is really bizarre how you have to do this, though. I need to go unlock the town hall. I need to get this perk. I need my adventurers to pick up the items. I need to start a battle with those adventurers before they can drop it off. So now they'll drop it on the ground, and then I can pick this up and put it on the slime. Yes, perfect. Who is Altman? Altman is, I don't have a command actually for that, huh? Altman is a longtime stream viewer, and he himself is a developer. And he was watching Botland for a long time and wanted to support it by helping me open source it. So yeah. He didn't work on Botland in the original days of working on it. All right, so I think we ditch all the stuff I did with the extractor. Yeah, I don't think any of this is needed. Right, all this would do is let us have a larger drop zone, which doesn't really, it's not necessary for anything. He dropped things on the slime. Just trying to think, is there any other problem with this? No, I guess not. Yeah, fine. Let's check this in. All right, what changed over here? Nothing. But does the slime get bigger? You know, a lot of people have asked for that. I don't know how that would work. Like, is it just covering more and more of the screen until you can't click anything else? Or do you just want it to get a little bit bigger? Because at some point, there would be a problem if we didn't cap its size. Yes. All right. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think I want to make it get bigger from regular gameplay, but maybe there's a perk where maybe that's how we have it get hungrier faster. It just gets larger. That dragging plants thing is a very interesting interaction. Yeah, what's funny about it is that you can actually feed a crop to the garbage slime. I want to have that be an achievement, but not explain how to do it. So you'd have to have an adventurer pick up a crop, send them into battle, have it drop on the ground, and then you put it in the secret achievement. I don't know. I don't know the mentality of an achievement hunter. Like, are they typically looking up guides on how to get achievements? Are they trying to figure it out for themselves? How much kind of pain and misery are they putting up with? I always, the way I see achievements is they're just like little fun things that happen occasionally, and I rarely even try to seek them out myself. Maybe if the game exposes them in the game and not through Steam, then maybe I care a little bit more. Even then, a lot of times I'm just like, eh, who cares about achievements? Are often this kind of intentional game design. Yeah. I want to add it as an achievement. And it's probably a very easy achievement to add. You just add an if statement to the slime, like did it eat a crop? Okay, if so, give you the achievement. Yeah. I only care about getting achievements for games I really enjoy and want to explore everything possible. I think achievements as a meta system in a game are really, really interesting because it can give you other tasks that you wouldn't have come up with yourself. And if those tasks are fun enough, then you have fun doing them. When it's like, oh, complete 100% of the game or something, I mean, I think people have always either wanted or not wanted to get 100% of the game. They don't need an achievement for that. They're just completionists. So if it's not obvious, then most will Google it. Are they completionists? I wonder how many people are just like, they just want another objective and not necessarily the main objective in the game. Because I think I have done that occasionally in games. And sometimes achievements give you in-game rewards. In which case, there's another reason to seek them out, I guess. Okay. Let's finish checking this in. So we added something to the extractor, which I'm just going to ditch completely. Yeah. But we added something to the chef slime, which we're going to keep, which is that this thing can serve as a drop-off point for potions, but it's going to proxy to all the extractor. That is fine. This does not need to be here. This does not need to be here. Probably none of these changes need to be here, right? Yeah, no, none of it does. Okay, what changed in the farm? Nothing. What changed on this? Something very basic. And this is for the extractor, which we don't need, right? All right, so we should only have 2 files that were modified. Yeah. And it should be like dead simple what I modified here. Yes, great. Yeah. All right, let's try that one more time. Just make sure it's looking good. Why is this pink? Did that change code? No, I didn't. Need to escape a ship within X turns, which you can rush, but you get an achievement if you manage to kill an elite rather than just running past him. Yeah. Man, for Baldur's Gate, it's such a long game that getting some achievements, I wonder if they're really tedious. AM2, the weekend was okay. My personal life's been a little topsy-turvy in the last few days, so I'm hoping things are getting back to normal. I was pretty stressed last week. And so far it feels like they're normal. I've been able to be productive today, and I'm happy about that. We're just making a lot of little changes to the game. So the one we just made is that now you can drag potions to the chef slime and it will just proxy them into, oh, we don't have space here. Well, if we had the space, so let's go give ourselves space. If we had the space, we can now drag an item onto the slime and it'll just put it in the extractor for us. Much easier compared to Divinity 2. So I never played Divinity 2. I did play some Baldur's Gate. Hope everything's okay. Yeah, I think everything will be fine. How are things going to you, M2? Put a note in my feedback about Slime Drag. Nice. Yeah. Well, now it's going to be fixed. We'll hopefully push by lunchtime, I think. Twice on Steam and iPad. Oh my God. Yeah, I stopped caring about 100%ing games somewhere around probably the GameCube era. I 100%ed a bunch of N64 games. But yeah, it was fewer and farther between that you'd find a good game on N64. Right, so allow dragging potions to the chef slime. They'll just get proxied to the extractor. I added this feature because I saw a bunch of people try to put potions on the chef slime. Just got back from occupational therapy. Have a work session on the RR tonight. Nice. Did you... Ooh, why is this saying save all? What have I not saved? Strange. Did you ever go on that podcast? Yeah, there we go. Okay, done. So next up, maybe the buildings menu should add note, click to center the camera. Yeah, this was pretty minor. Someone, I guess it was Leftist, because I was going to say I wrote down feedback for a few different people, but this was during the Leftist section. I think Leftist was wondering where something was, and I don't know for sure that this will help, because people would have to read it, and people don't tend to read stuff. And I'm not saying Leftist doesn't tend to read stuff. Leftist actually did a pretty good job at reading stuff. But what if at the bottom of this, it said, note, click this button to center the camera? Because that's all it's going to do, right? It'll center the camera on where this thing is. Would that be good? Would that be bad? Let's just see it in game, see what it looks like. So where is that? The buildings menu, available buildings menu, there it is. Tool tip, build text plus /n/n note. Click this to center the camera on the building location. Yeah, let's see what that looks like. And just if it looks good, we just commit that. If it doesn't look good, then obviously we can back that out. Oh, recording on the 28th. Nice. Nice. I was looking for the tavern because I couldn't find the sign. Yeah, clicking centered it, but it didn't tell you that. So is this a good change to add? Do people like that? It now says that note at the bottom. Click this to center the camera on the building location. I'll put it in a different color, of course, but like this is adding text to every single button. And you only really need to know this once. And I guess the first time you ever click one of these, you will sort of implicitly know it because it will have moved the camera. The wording is weird. But if the wording were perfect, do you think this is a good change? It's excessive? Yeah, I'm leaning toward it being excessive. I feel like this is like tutorial content that we'd show for the entirety of the game. I personally feel like if I click the button, it would spend the money. Maybe it could be a separate magnifying glass. So we had a separate icon and no one really hovered over it to see what it did. Also, whether or not you feel any way about these buttons, you will click one at some point. And whether you thought it would spend the money, whether you thought it wouldn't center the camera, you will then observe the behavior of it. So that's what makes me think it doesn't really need an extra tooltip here. Problem is that the user can't find the building. Yeah. Which it already centers this. I did not ever enjoy clicking those buttons. Why is that, Freak? It's interesting when people suggest to change what we changed from. Yeah, and it's fair, right? Like it seemed like a reasonable solution, which is what led us to doing that in the first place. And without knowing why we changed it back, it seems like an obvious suggestion to put it back to what it was. Okay, I'm gonna not do this then. Yeah, we just won't check in anything for this. We could add a start battle button at the pond in the world itself that just sends any adventurers to the pond. I don't know if people would want this, and I don't know if it'd be clear what this even does. So I don't think I'm going to do this. But what I was envisioning is, imagine there's some like in-world button here I don't know. And it's got a tooltip that says just like start a battle at the pond, figure it out for me. And what it would do is just take like let's say you had 3 adventurers that were available. It would just do what I'm doing here. It would just send them all into the pond battle. And that way you could just click one button and be like, just give me the fish. I don't think we need to do this. And I'm not going to do this right now. Yeah. I think because of the pen and the dialogue, which made it feel very slow. I mostly used it to try and quickly upgrade my storage a couple times. Turns out it's not that fast. There are 2 different uses of this menu. One is for new buildings, in which case, obviously it's new, so you can only build it once. So like, where is the vault? Okay. And then the others for upgrades. Upgrades are really only for extra storage. Upgrades are probably going to go away from here, and it'll probably get replaced by perks boards, in which case you'd be able to build very quickly by just clicking the same thing multiple times. So like this, I could just do click, 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 and there, I built the whole thing. So that's probably how that's going to change. And yeah, you're right. There is no vault, but you get the idea. You can't cancel the animation. Yeah, I think we need to allow for canceling that panning. Usually I'm totally lost because I refuse to read. It's funny. I have certainly watched enough people play this game and read nothing and then be a little bit confused about stuff, but then not try to read anything to solve that confusion. And by the way, this is what led to games being the way they are, where it's like very much hold your hand, like get you to click a certain button. They send someone to your house and move your arm for you so that you can do the right thing. No need to read, just use the witch doctor. All right, I'm gonna write this down. Enough people want to be able to interrupt the automated camera dragging. Yeah, then we should do it. A lot of modern games are so difficult to figure out now. Yeah. Before I realized I had perks. Oh man. Yeah. Well, and any long game is necessarily complicated by the fact that very few people are going to play it all in one sitting, right? And it's not even really possible in the case of some games. Or well, I guess everything's possible, but it's not healthy. If you have a 40-hour long game, I guess you could sit there for 40 hours and play it, but no one's going to do that. So now you need to remind people of things they might have already known in their entire systems for those in games. Half the game is trying to figure out what the game was about. Yeah, but I think it's pretty much universally agreed that that was not a fun game. I think there are other games where you're trying to figure out what's going on, like Myst or Riven, that are at least for people who like puzzle games more fun. But I think ET was just a bad game. It's no plaque attack, that's for sure. If you start at the top left, then to the right, then right to left on the bottom, that'd be the route. I see. Where's Skeletown? No, this can't be right. You don't have Skeletown here. I'm sorry, but what is the point of a railroad that doesn't go through Skeletown? I love the Myst series so much. I played the Myst series a long time ago and was frustrated by it. I wonder if I played it again now, if I would like it more. But somewhere along the way, I watched a Let's Play of it. So technically, I've seen all of the solutions. Now, do I remember any of them? Probably not. But I would be at least biased by that. I'm not going to do this one. All right, when the fishing pond is empty, perhaps a message should show in any fishing battles that says your pond is empty, either fill it or flee. I think this is another one of those things that you'll realize by observation. It could show up the first time, maybe. But still, I don't think this is really worth doing. No one really seems to be that confused by it. I haven't tried Blueprints, but I tried Monster Train. It's Monster Train is kind of interesting to me because I played Slay the Spire first. and it's basically Slay the Spire. Like, so many mechanics are so similar. I know they're both card games, but still, they're so similar that I feel like it's almost like DLC for Slay the Spire. Yeah, I started playing that. My game, I spent hours making a super detailed tutorial. I knew people would avoid reading, so I stuck to single sentences with in-game animations. My closest collaborator on the project tried it, had no idea what was going on because he didn't read a single sentence. It's still wild to me because, okay, Skeleseller has had enough people play it on Twitch and on YouTube now, and these are people who don't even necessarily know that I watched the video. Like, some random stranger out there just decided to put a YouTube video up, and I go and watch it. And yeah, the skipping through all of the reading, it just baffles me sometimes. Like, there's no skimming it, and I still, to this day, I didn't even leave a comment on this person's video, but there's one person who played who, it's like they were intentionally trying, like they were playing a horror game, and any text that showed up, they were like, that's the scariest thing in the world. They'd close dialogues as fast as humanly possible, and it was like they did not want to read anything. It wasn't even just, I don't know. It was so bizarre to me. It was so bizarre. And then they just played in such a narrow way for the rest of the game. And yeah, this is why modern games have tutorials the way that they are, and a bunch of nudging and a bunch of hand holding. Yeah. Couldn't turn in a quest and it was driving me nuts until my brother pointed out I was talking to the wrong animal. All right, when spellcasting fails, it should say why, not enough mana, or already casting that spell. Yeah, so I think it makes a bonk sound, which I don't even have sounds on right now. Yeah. Yeah, so I think it should probably say something. We have floating text. I mean, we could just make floating text appear. I could try that out. Whole culture shifted from writing to image. Yeah, and even the images aren't enough sometimes. Man, I don't know. I don't want to get on some like massive ADHD rant here, but I think things have changed a lot. And I've watched people play Breath of the Wild, and there are these shrines in Breath of the Wild where it says something like, I don't know, like hold this button and press this other button to dodge. And that's it. This text is just like permanently there on screen for this shrine. And I've seen people play this for literally like 2 or 3 minutes, and for whatever reason not read that text, and then they'll read it and be like, no, I'm going to do something different. And it's like at some point they realize, oh, I should do what this thing is telling me to do. I don't think it would matter if it was voiced. I don't think it would matter if there were pictures. I think some people are just in a different headspace for some of that stuff. Hey, Krasner, thank you very much. Hope you crush your week too. Like reading when it's about a nuanced skill or ability where it's necessary. I think most mechanics in a game aren't complicated though and should be intuitive without explanation. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, the ideal to achieve for really anything that needs to teach you is that it's just intuitive. But I think the amount of design and iteration it takes for that, and then performing that with any feature changes you do, is to a level that most indie game devs can't really sustain. Tutorials are weird now, mind you. Doing stuff without reading the manual even was cooler. Yeah. I see it happen more when using an app than a game. Sometimes things blend in. Yeah, that's fair. If you can't see the text, that's certainly a valid excuse. Maybe the contrast isn't high enough or something. Hey, Jake. Okay, so let's try this. Let's just try adding in floating text. I don't think we use this for errors anymore, really, but we certainly can try it out. So this is when you're spell casting, which happens from the Enchanter Den. I don't know if where's the bonk sound happen? I guess it's decline. Play sound on failure. So this is if it's active or that. Yeah. So we could have it say which thing we should do. And the play sound on failure is only when we are manually doing this. Clicked spellbook versus... Yeah, I guess if it's going to play a sound on failure, it should just put this here too. All right, so the town node. What is the town node? Some special thing, right? And we don't have a create floating text wrapper. Nope. what if we just said that this is in the town? I'm not sure if that's gonna be a problem. And here we'll just say like could not cast spell. I'm gonna put the reason, but I don't want to do that just yet. And then the position for this would be the spell books position. Spell book position. Color. We pass that in now. Don't we have some error color somewhere? No, I guess we got rid of that. All right, let's just do this. Or color dot red, I guess. And what are the scenarios we have? Yeah, UI message, sure. Let's try that. Let's just see what that looks like. Need a magnifying glass? Yeah. I don't mind too many tutorials or explanations, but I do mind as I'm constantly interrupting. Yeah, this is really the intro to a lot of longer games. It's just such a tenuous thing. If you are too exposition heavy or too tutorial heavy, people might quit. If it's not there to a great enough extent, people might be confused. And the issue is if you only got one game per year, you would find some way to make that game work. You'd be like, well, this is the game I bought for this year, so I better play it. I better figure out where the fun is in this game. But that is so far from the current case. It's like you have 12 other games in your backlog, so when one isn't fun, you might just be like, well, whatever, refund. Okay, so what do we just do? We put this in the spellcasting. Let's go try that. Well, that broke. Or what happened here? It's not actually... Huh, that's strange. What is going on? It's presumably playing this. It's just not... Oh, I think I know what's going on. It's probably putting this in the wrong part of the screen. It's probably showing up like somewhere off to the left side. Turn that off. Where are you? Text. No, I don't see it. Maybe we need to put this in the global position. Because it's adding it to the town. It probably doesn't have the right Z index. I had to study a wiki before playing. I think Minecraft was like that. I think Minecraft has some in-game help now and like a crafting menu and everything. But how in the world would you have figured out how to craft anything in the original Minecraft? Oh, there's the text. It's showing up really tiny there. I think we need to add this to the town node. I'm gonna try this. We're gonna make this public for right now just to see. Because shouldn't that be bigger? Yeah, there we go. Yeah, so the only problem is if you're zoomed way out, then I don't think you'd be able to read that. Okay. All right, so let's do that. This is basically going to be create floating text at this thing. This is maybe I'll make like a get floating text node. Should probably, yeah, I guess we can do that. All right, so public node. What does this get added to? Yeah, just a node. Floating text node is going to be town node. So then this can be floating text node. And then we can say something like, it's either going to say not enough mana, or it's going to say the spell is already cast. So not enough mana. And the other one is, what's the most succinct way of saying maybe something like spell already active? That spell is already active. That spell is already active. Yeah, maybe that already active. Not totally sold on the verbosity of that. All right. So we take this up there, could not cast spell, changes messages, string message equals these get All right, let's try that out. Well, when you're streaming and playing a game, I think it's natural that you eventually focus on chat more than the game. And then if you can't multitask all that well, then you'll probably end up running around in circles. Okay, well, that's very clear what's going on now. But now let's give ourselves enough mana. Yeah, so the red feels very punishing. Maybe we make that yellow. Colors C#. What color would be good for that? Let's see how yellow looks. I've seen enough people try casting spells and not realize what's going on here. Yeah, that's better, I think. um I did this because this was the fastest way, but I think the best way is probably to just have like one message that appears somewhere and probably in screen coordinates so that when you're zoomed out, you can still read it. But yeah, this at least tells you something. Yeah. All right. Cool. So add error messages on casting spells. Do customers tip based on the quantity that they purchase? So I don't actually know the answer for this. The tip amount is based on the quantity. Yeah. Okay, cool. Well, that answered that question. All right, next. After unlocking Food Critic. Okay, so this is something that Leftchus wasn't like seriously bothered by, but he got this perk in the game. This one, which says the slime can critically eat items. And then he kept waiting for a crit. and the first level is a 15% chance. But what if the very, very first time you unlock this, it was a guaranteed 100% without telling you that, so that you got the satisfaction of seeing what a crit is? And I don't see any real downside to doing this. Even if a player knew that was the case, it's still better to just get level 3 at some point. Yeah, okay. Yeah, let's do that then. All right, so how are we going to do that? We got to get... It's not the chef slime, it's a recycling slime. Recycler. Would it make sense to have the current mana in red or something when you can't afford it to make it easier to see at a glance rather than having to click it or read more carefully? Yes, there are definitely better ways we could do this in the future. And I just went for the easiest way for now. Because even with mana showing there, and I know we could have it in red. Yeah, I should probably write that down actually. Has no suggested rendering mana in red in the tooltip of a spell if you can't afford the spell. Maybe there should be a sign showing your current mana. I think we're probably going to put some dedicated UI for spell casting. But that'll happen later. Or what were we doing? We were making it so that you could crit here. So let's see. This is the crit chance of everything. So we need to know whether the recycler has ever crit before and whether it can crit. Yeah. So that's, I mean, this should be dead simple to do. Let's get their save data. Here it is. Let's go add in a Boolean. Public bool has crit. And when we save, we're going to save this. Equals has crit. And when we load, we need to load this in. There we go. And if that is false, so get crit info. So if not has crit and crit chance is greater than 0, then did crit equals true, has crit equals true. That's it, we're done. That's the whole feature. Okay, let's go try it out. There's, oh wait, wait. Here's how we need to test this. Hang on, it's gonna start it anyway, so I can't preempt that. But if we go into critical eat, we're gonna make it so that you have a 0% chance at every level. 0, 0, 0. There. So now there's no possible way for you to crit unless this one-time crit plays a role. All right, so we unlock the slime and we feed it a bunch of items. No crits. I haven't even unlocked the ability, so it can't crit even in the old world. All right, now we unlock one of these. And now the first one is a guaranteed crit. It doesn't look like, oh, wait. That technically is not true. I needed this to be greater than 0 because of how I coded that. Yeah. I guess we could just check the multiplier is greater than 0. Left just thanks for the resub. Welcome back. We could check for either of these maybe. I guess really, honestly, we should be just checking is the crit chance greater than 0. So I should probably just make these something really, really tiny. There. So now they should basically never happen. It's a 1 out of, I don't know what that is, like a million chance. So we get the perk, we put a potion in, it should crit, and then nothing else should ever crit. Well, unless I run this like a million times. Now it's going to happen the first time. Yeah, and then that's it. If we save and load, it will not count as a crit. Yep, perfect. Okay, now we got to test something a little bit more difficult than this, which is what if we got rid of has crit from the save file? It should not break the game or anything. Now we're going to load. Because this is what players are going to do in the demo. They won't have this in their save file. Yeah, so it crits the first time, and then every time after that should just be based on the percentage. So 0 for 1, 1 for 2, 1 for 3, 1 for 4, 2 for 5, 3 for 6. And what level is this? It's a 15% chance. 3 for 7, 3 for 8, 3 for 9, 3 for 10, 3 for 11. Yeah, I just got really lucky at first, huh? So that was like 4 out of 13, I think, which is definitely not a 15% chance. But I only tried 13 times, and that's obviously possible that could happen. I like that, retired android, and hi. All right, this is a nice little quality of life change. And let's just write a quick comment here. Guarantee a crit the first time. Guarantee a crit right after unlocking the perk so that the player feels good. Put a little flower emoji. Okay, there we go. Guarantee a critical eat. The first item eaten after unlocking food critic will crit. That way the player gets excited. Player loves the game. Need an ice cream slime that workers, adventurers, and shoppers can wait in line for 45 minutes to buy ice cream and then not even buy ice cream once they get to the front of the line. I think we will add another slime at some point. I'm just not sure for what. Also, what if the ice cream slime was ice cream? What's that stupid Pokemon? Vanillish? Yeah, this is dumb. I hope nobody likes this as their favorite Pokemon. But yeah. Okay, let's keep going. So this has been coded. Item stacking can clarify the item stack everywhere. Yeah, so I think Left just commented on this. Item stacking just says items can stack, but it doesn't say where. It doesn't really say how this works. I think it's probably clear enough once you unlock it, but maybe we can do a little bit more to make it clear. Is that an ice cream cone Pokemon? Yes. So Left says, I don't think I would have bought ice cream. I don't remember if you got any, but we were with a bunch of people, and I know that at least some people got ice cream. And I saw a Chandelure. Hang on, let me see. I don't know if I've ever seen this Pokemon. I don't recall if I've ever seen this. I think it's at least a cool enough design. I think that combined with its name of Chandelure is, yeah, a little kind of on the nose, I guess. But it looks cool. But the what is it, Vanillish? Does an ice cream cone look cool as a Pokemon? How would evolution support this? Wouldn't it just look tastier than everything else and get eaten first? There's also a new Pokemon, Alchemy. What is this? Even this is less offensive to me than a vanilla ice cream cone. Like yeah, I don't know. Someone was just looking down at whatever they're holding in their hand and they're like, ice cream cone? Pokemon? What if I combine the two? I mean, that's pretty much how Growlithe was made, right? Their dog was that had a really high temperature. Like, oh, a dog that's burning up. Growlithe. I am making up this story in case that wasn't obvious. Okay, so do we want to clarify this or not? Unlock the ability for items to stack. Let's see. We can say note items will stack in your warehouse, in shops, and when being carried. Yeah, maybe. Hey, Toulouse. Adam Keebmon. And a keyboard Pokemon. And its special ability is clacky typing. I don't have town perks. Here we go. Okay, so here's what this looks like now. Is this better? Unlock the ability for items to stack. Note, items will stack in your warehouse, in shops, and when being carried. Maybe I should just say this affects your warehouse, shops, and no, I think this is... Maybe we just combine the two. Unlock the ability for items to stack in your warehouse, in shops, and when being carried. Yeah, that's probably better. In your warehouse, in shops, and when being carried. Oh, also on the ground. Oh, God. Okay, this is kind of... I don't think we should write anything here now. It's like a candle into a light bulb into a chandelier. Honestly, first generation probably had something like that, where it was just a lazy Pokemon design. I've heard people say that about Voltorb, but I actually kind of like the idea that you would think something's a Pokeball and then go to reach it and get electrocuted. Not actually die, of course. It was Pokemon. You just faint. Ekans is just a snake. Arbok is just a cobra. And Articuno taught people Spanish. Except for the word to unsubscribe. Articuno never knew that one. Now I'm just going to delete this. I don't think we need to clarify anything. All right, next up. Magnus said, from my very early findings, if you start a new battle while your first adventurer is doing their first fight, you'll see this thing pop up. Yeah, this is something that this was not possible at first, and it is now possible. And I never thought about the intersection of these two features. And I'm not even totally sure that I care, I'll show what this bug is. It's something that Magnus found. So we click this, we build a guild, we hire an adventurer, blah, blah, blah. We go through the beginning of the game. And then we start our first battle. And you can't flee this battle. So there is no flee button, but you can start a new battle while you're in that battle. And then it says that you won your first battle. So we need to check the result of that battle, actually. Yeah, you know what? That should be all we need to do, right? The mage won their first battle. Here it is. How do we enter this state? Yeah, so this has done first battle. We don't care about that. We care about has won first battle, right? Yeah, I think we change this to has won first battle. And then check to see if the result is equal to a win. And then there's no problem anymore, I hope. What made you laugh? What did I say? Oh, Articuno about Spanish. I was a child when it came out, so it's okay. Now the new ones are stupid. Well, also, they really are up to, what, many, many hundreds of Pokemon? Number of Pokemon. 1,025, yeah. At some point, it's got to be hard to come up with new ideas that are actually compelling. And I guess a good test to see if they're doing a good job is if you were to poll a bunch of people who played the most recent generations and ask them what their favorite Pokemon are, as long as they're picking Pokemon in any given generation, then like, it's probably fine. They can't all be hits. Now let's try this again. So we start a battle. We're going to cut it off by starting another battle. And then cut it off by starting another battle. We can actually die this way. I should probably test that. I should probably test that. Oh man, you can die. What would happen if you did that? All right, let's go try that out. Sure, let's pick the mage. Oh god. This is gonna take forever. All right, how about this? Let's just cheat all enemy data. Let's just give them a bunch of damage. So they'll do 1,000 damage. Yeah, what happens if you lose your first fight? I should maybe just stop you from joining another battle. Maybe I should have done it that way. Because I don't even know. I guess you'd be able to start another battle. And the only way you'd even get into this situation is if you were trying to break the game. But yeah, what happens? I guess you just start the battle again. Yeah. Okay. I'm not really concerned then. I think that what I did is good enough. Yeah. So yes, you can lose the first battle. Honestly, even if you ended up in a state where the game just soft locked, it's not like you lost any progress. You just not do what you did. And the only thing you would have done there is purposely try to lose the first battle. In fact, maybe that should be another secret achievement. Lose the first battle. I kind of want to write that down. All right, where is that? Create the achievement system. Did I write something about the crop here? I thought I had. Special achievement ideas. Why is this here? This shouldn't be here. It should be in the achievement issue. Lose the very first battle. At the time of writing, you have to keep starting a battle after taking damage. Keep starting a battle after taking damage. The new battle will preempt the old one. Oh, yeah, my bad. Kevin and I all frequently think of the same thing here. I'm betting that number is going to go up. Are they adding new Pokemon for that? What's my favorite Pokemon? I do not know. But I have a Pikachu amiibo. And I named it Mr. Zaps. All right, I need, oh, that was for the other one here. All right, so this is now done. So that's changed. This should be reverted. Oh, I did not rename the save data thing. Oh, no. Yeah, oh, no. If I rename this, it's going to get saved as has one first battle, which means that anyone who had a save file is not going to have this property in there, which means we need to write a migration. Alternatively, I could have the variable get named something and then have it get saved in JSON as something else. Or I could just put a comment on this and say, this is actually about winning your first battle. I think I'm going to go the comment route. Yeah. It's a little unfortunate, though. We could just wipe out people's save data. Also, the migration wouldn't actually be that hard to do, but I need to write the migration system. And we need to know if the version is less than whatever the current one is to read in that property. I don't want to do that. Mark it as deprecated and we rename it next time we break the save. That's a good point. We can keep track of all this stuff. Let me write the comment first here. This is actually when you won your first battle, not just when it's done. Although all of this is because of an issue that doesn't really matter in the end, does it? I guess it does. Am I using GitHub Issues as a task tracking system? Yeah, I am. Okay, so like next time we break the save file, I guess I'll file a new task for that then, huh? Rename has done first battle. It should be has won first battle. But I don't want to break save files just yet. So do this the next time we invalidate a save file. Then delete the comment that I added in, what is this? Game progression save data. All right, done. Great. Yeah, cool. Anything unusual here? No. Fix small bug. All right, now we got to copy Magnus's name because I don't know how many O's there are. Pointed out that you could preempt the first battle such that the game would think that you had finished it, such that the game would move on in the tutorial despite that you had no potion to sell. It isn't game breaking, but now I make sure you've actually won that battle rather than just finished it. Yeah. All right, then let's give Magnus a point. There we go. This one's done. On completing quests, we should probably use the quest giver's name, like Otis the Skeleton has joined your workforce. Yeah, this is just a little flavor thing. We have all the quest data that talks about people who died and became skeletons. Barry, Tovin, Otis, Margot. So instead of saying a new skeleton has joined your workforce, we should say something like Barry the Bard has joined your workforce. Although maybe we shouldn't use their title because you might think that Bard is important, but they're just a skeleton. So yeah, maybe just Barry the Skeleton, Tovin the Skeleton, Margot the Skeleton. All right, what is the text that says that when you print it out? Do this. We build the tavern, click this, we click this, and it says quest completed, another skeleton has joined your workforce. Yeah, so another skeleton has joined your workforce. Okay, so we need to know from the quest who the person is, who's involved here. So I guess we get to add in something like string name of new worker. Yeah, and the AI should actually know how to, yeah, nice. So Barry. We have Barry, we have Tovin. I guess technically this stuff we should make sure this matches. Like maybe we even format this. Yeah, I'm not gonna worry about that for right now. We could even just do a sanity check here and make sure that this contains the name of the worker as a substring. Hey, Tenchi. All right, so we got the names of the workers. Now all we need to do is say message equals what is the, let me do this first. Okay, so quest completed. This is going to be the name of the worker. So where's the quest? We got to get the quest data. Does quest have quest data? No. We save the backstory. We don't save the name of the worker. I mean, possibly what we should have done this whole time is just save off the data. Here it is. String backstory. Why do we not pass in the... Hold on a second. Something's weird about this. And JSON constructor. Are we saving this stuff? Generate next quest. I mean, I see JSON constructor here. We must be saving this, in which case this is going to break, isn't it? Oh, that's not good. Yeah, so then maybe this all should have been done differently. Maybe we should just keep track of which quest you're on, because I think this is going to break save files on its own. Well, anyway, let's code this, and then let's see if we've broken the save file. Believe you had a comment above the localized message variable. It'll get exported to the localization file as a note for translators. Interesting. So this would be quest dot name of new worker. We need to get this message before we wipe out the quest. And then we just print that out. And should we capitalize skeleton here? Yeah, probably. Okay, that's pretty cool. Quick question. From what I can see from the close, maximize, minimize buttons, you're using Mac? Yeah, I'm using Mac. Oh, no. Yeah, I think this is going to break. Oh, man. I don't want to wipe out everyone's save file because I'm going to push a new version and then anyone who had save data is just going to get lost. But there's only so much I could do. I guess I have to just make the migration system now. Well, anyway, let's see if the feature's working. So it says bury the bard. So we accept and then we complete this. And now it says bury the skeleton has joined your workforce. I accept this and I complete this. It says Tovin the skeleton, so on and so forth. Right? Otis the skeleton, and then it should be Margot. Yeah, so that stuff works. Let's try this again. And let's start a quest, save, and then look at the save data. And I guess it's going to save Barry directly into here. Yeah, this is just stupid. It's just stupid. We shouldn't be saving this. We should just save which quest index you're on, and that's all. Yeah. Save files suck. Can we try the game already? Yeah. Take a look at this. Also, the game's been playable for like 5 months. You've been able to try it for a long time. Any thoughts on using SQLite? I think my game data would be too much for JSON, at least as a single file. The way I look at it is it's not super important how we save the data, and there's not a ton of data to save. So I'm not really concerned one way or the other. All right. Hey, Alta4. How's it going? I rarely see you chat in here. I didn't get to stick around for too long the other day. I want to be able to watch for a bit. Yeah, so we did the feature I wanted to do, but I don't really think we can check this in until we also change how we save quests. We should probably just save the quest ID, which is really just an index for right now. Anyway, I think we're saving even which objectives you need. Yeah. We don't even technically need to save the objectives, do we? Then again, there's not really a problem with this. It's just a little strange. Yeah. And thanks, Alta4. I'm doing well. How's your Monday going so far? Dealing with save file tech debt. So I say that with camaraderie. Handling save files is always fun when things evolve. Yeah, I think, like I said, we're going to need to handle migrations at some point. The part of the reason I don't want to do it now is because no one can have that much save data. I mean, even if you play the game and max everything out, it's a total of what, 3 hours or something. And 2, sometimes things won't be portable. Like in Checkpoint 5, we had that concept of like every adventurer is the same level. And then in Checkpoint 6, we had like a totally different progression system. At that point, your save file just doesn't really make sense anymore. So how much should I try to maintain it until I've actually launched the game? After launch, it's incredibly important. I don't want people losing their save data. But before launch, it's a demo. It's free. Yeah, you lose your save data every once in a while. All right, as I mentioned, though, I'm pretty sure we're going to break it here. So I got to figure out what we're going to do about that. Let's try loading this. And it prints this out. Oh, you know what we could say? If you don't have the name, we can just say generic skeleton joined your workforce or something and accommodate the people who would have had an old save version. Yeah. Let's take a look at this. So I'm going to delete this. We're going to try loading this from a save file. Reviewing PRs and making sure my code still works. Sounds like a normal Monday to me. Resets giving more test data. Yeah. Okay, so here we go. We're on the quest, but the name Barry is not actually stored here. So what happens when I complete this? Yeah, it just says the skeleton has joined your workforce. Okay, that's not bad. We can work with that. We can have the name of new worker. This is going to get set to null, probably. I don't know. Let's just put a breakpoint there and find out. Load. And that. Is it null? Yeah, it's null. Okay, this should be pretty easy. So we just do this, or we make up a name. Let's do it this way. New worker name equals this. This is if this exists. Is not null. Otherwise, we say a new skeleton has joined your workforce. Yeah. All right, so I'm gonna get the worker name. Okay, now we try that out. Fighting with Gradle, importing a massive project into Eclipse. I get why Gradle exists, and I think it's actually pretty good, but there's a lot to learn with it. And unless you're dealing with it pretty frequently, then it always is a struggle to work with because you never end up learning all the things you need to learn. I feel that way about a lot of different technologies. Then again, it's not the technology's fault in any of those cases. Well, I mean, there could be problems with it, but at least the learning curve is not their fault. All depends on what your job role is. All right, so load from a save file, complete the quest. It says a new skeleton has joined your workforce. But now we start another quest and complete that one. It says Tovin the skeleton has joined your workforce. So this is what we're doing to make sure that we don't break save files. So I think what we should probably do here is write like mid demo migration issue, and then modify this to say these are all tasks that should be done the next time we break the save file and require people to start anew. All right, so rename has done first battle to has won first battle. Then delete the comment added. And then this one is stop the whole a new skeleton stuff. Stop allowing, what's this called? Name of new worker. Name of new worker to be null. Search for a new skeleton. Yeah. Hey, Deepness. What build is the demo on? Release date? I think the latest, the last time I published it was, I don't know, actually. Did I even do work on Thursday? Last week is such a blur. Last week was not a good week. Let me find out when I published it. Should be over here. Thursday at 10 a.m. Yeah, so I've made some, I'd say mostly minor changes since then. So I don't think you'd be missing much if you downloaded the demo from right now. Because here are the changes you would get if you were to, which would be like -10 here. Yeah, fix a bug. You'll never have hit that bug. This is very minor. This is minor. This you'd probably hit. But it wouldn't bother you that much, I guess. Yeah, this is helpful. Yeah, there's some like little helpful stuff. I'm going to push a new build in probably the next hour or so. Hey, Hef. In fact, I could push it now, but I'm still going to be making some changes here. And yeah, I'll wait. Okay, yeah. Yeah, and you certainly don't have to if you don't want to. But yeah, all these little things that you see here, these are, we're going to address as much of these as possible before lunch. Then I'll push, then I'll eat lunch, then we'll address more stuff. Okay, so this is show name of new skeleton to join you. Quests already had these names, but they were, well, they're still just for flavor, I guess. Quests already had these names, but they were only surfaced when accepting the quest. Now you'll see them when completing the quest. This is just for flavor. The names don't matter. I also accommodated what happens when you have old save data that doesn't contain these names. See whatever that issue is. Where is that issue? 908. 908. Yeah. All right. Next, had the Inferno unlocked but couldn't see the rewards for Forest 2. What caused that to happen? Because I thought we fixed this bug. If I click this, what happens? It shows the... Okay, let's do this the normal way, I guess. So let's beat all the locations. I mean, I'm going to cheat a little bit here. But... all right, we're going to... wait, it didn't select that location, did it? Okay, hold on. I got to back up a step. I think there might have been a bug there. Leptis, thanks for the bits. Cheating baby race. This streamer does not have integrity. All right, so when I click edit here, what happens? Oh, it's because I edited the party instead of clicking a new battle. Yeah, that's probably why. Okay, that's fine. Let's keep doing this. Start battle here. Win that one. Is it showing the rewards? It is. Okay, so far so good. I don't know what's special about that other forest. Start a battle here. I win this one. Yep, so far so good. I start a battle here. Wait. Stop panning. Yeah, that worked. Start a battle here. Yep. Oh, weird. What's this? Oh, that's a problem now. Yeah, whoops. All right. This comment, I wrote this has to exist because we know you've already put the desired item in the shop. We don't know that anymore because I changed how we acquire items. It used to be that something had to be in the shop. Yeah, whoops. Okay, this is unrelated to the thing I was trying to solve. But yeah, anywhere the scene items tracker is used, we potentially have an issue. It's only in. Okay, that one's fine. I'm okay with that. This one is not. Yeah, this is the only place. This is the only place where we broke something. Okay, so how do we do this? Item tracker. Scene item tracker. Choose item. This picks an item that the customer will want. We only consider items you've already found so that we know you could find the desired item. That's actually fine. We don't assume that you've had the shop, though. Why do we even check this? We get the shop. We get its occupied item displays. Pick a random item display so that not all customers wanting the same item will choose the same target. Okay, so we just don't assume that the shop exists. And if the shop doesn't exist, then you obviously can't do anything here. So what do we do in that case? Just return false. If shop is null, return false. Well, that was easy. Now we do have a time until next existence check. We should probably have that there, huh? Yeah, so maybe what we should do instead is this. Shop question mark that, otherwise question mark empty. Delete this stuff. Okay, so, and then just delete the comment. We don't even need that there anymore. All right, so here's what happened. In the old world, as in like 1 hour ago, we had this thing called scene items tracker, and it would only add items that you got in a shop, which meant that as soon as a sword drops, it didn't just mark it as seen. It was only when you put the sword into your shop that it marked it as seen. And then potentially that item could be desired by someone else in the future. So what's happening here that caused this bug is we found a bow because I won a battle. And then it said, oh, you, wait, no, hang on. This is the new world. So no, I didn't even mark it as seen. No, wait, no, sorry, hang on. Yeah, we changed this. So now it's like add items that you see that drop. They didn't have to go into your shop. So we saw a bow drop on the ground and said, oh yeah, that's seen now. So we must have the weapon shop, but that's not true anymore. So that should fix that bug. But that's not the bug we were even trying to test for. So now we got to do the thing I wanted to do. You didn't mean to send that? You didn't mean to give me the bits? You want me to refund you the money? All right, we'll speed this up a little bit because, yeah, this took a long time to do. So let's speed this up, do that. It was all fine until we got to the forest 2 or the waterways or something over there. So I'm going to assume all of this stuff's already fine. All right, so then we got to here. We go here. We win this battle too. Then the rewards show up. In fact, take more. Thank you, Leptis. All right, so this is currently correct. It says beat once to reveal rewards. We have not beaten this, but I'm about to beat this. Huh, weird. Showed up correctly. Maybe when you upgrade the portal, it doesn't show up anymore? No. What if you save and load? Huh, strange. And Left just said that he beat that. Maybe he lost the first time? I don't know. I don't know what causes this bug. Let's load this up. Unlocked instance IDs and beaten instance IDs. Oh, I should have asked Left just for the save file as soon as that happened. Oh, that would have been smart. You did lose the first time. Okay. So hold on. How do we test this then? Maybe we can test it with the first forest, but wouldn't this happen potentially anywhere? Like, I doubt that it's that one specific location that causes this to happen. There shouldn't be any special code for that. So what if I start a battle at the forest and then we lose it? It still says B to reveal rewards. I fled. I didn't actually lose it. I wonder if then winning the battle makes it show up. It does. Natchanax, thanks for resubbing. Welcome back. Happy 7. I beat it again. It still doesn't show. Yeah. If you could share the save file, that'd be wonderful. Yeah. And just let me know where you've saved it or shared it. That's why I said shaved, because I meant to say shared. I'm gonna Discord right now though. Oh, by the way, for how to get your file, click the version string in the escape menu. If you click this, it'll pop up your save data, and then just share save.json. So yeah, same thing on the title screen. It'll show up. You can click the version string, and it'll pop up your folder. The quality of life, I know. Well, I figured if anyone ever needs to share logs or their save data, there should be an easy way to do it. Boot up and grab it now. I'll just DM you. Okay, cool. Thank you. Yeah, and let me know in case I'm not looking at Discord. This had to do with losing the battle first. And then I'll look through the code and try to figure out how this could happen. So we have beaten instance IDs. And somewhere we update. Here it is. Oh, we only do it if it's selected. That's probably the problem right there. So this probably doesn't have to do with losing first. It probably has to do with, did you select another instance in that time? What an appropriate thing to highlight. Have to dig through weird Steam folders. I wonder if it should work for you, even on Linux, to open up that the file path, because it should be getting resolved correctly. Okay, yeah, this has to be the problem. So we just need to select another instance before we beat that. Oh, which is why this would only happen in later instances, because in the beginning you can't select another instance. So it's not specific to an instance, but it can't happen on the first one. Okay, so we beat the first one. Let's get to the volcano and then try to repro this bug. All right, so we're on the volcano now. I'm gonna save. We're gonna toggle invincibility. And then we're gonna start a fight here, but we're going to select the forest. And then speed up the game. It's taking a very long time. Okay, good. They won. And now this says, yeah, nice. That's the problem. Okay, cool. You don't need to share it anymore, Leftist. Sorry for making you boot up your computer. So why did we do this? Update instance tooltip. This should be done no matter what. Battle map marker. This is what sets rewards, right? Yeah, this sets rewards. Maybe this one should be done. Selected instance label is null and return. Let's get the map marker. Set that text. I wonder why this could even be null. What sets this? Strange. Oh, it's exported. Okay, set through the editor. Hey, Sinistella. Do you watch Kit's new video on YouTube? Man, I guess it's probably pretty well known that most scammers are going to be scumbags, but in that video, the scammer's been called out repeatedly at that point, and they're still like, no, 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 here's how everything's legit. Yeah, it's just wild to watch. Okay, so update selected instance label is here. I think we just get this out of here. Yeah, and that should solve this. Oh, well, other way around. Yeah, this one's fine to, yeah, this one's fine. Okay, I think that should fix this. Works fine on Linux. Cool, cool, cool. Have enough Atom dollars to post a dumb palindrome. Oh, that gives you channel points? Huh. I don't think I knew that. All right, so we're gonna do the same thing we did. Actually, you know what would be even easier? If we were to level this thing up a bunch. There, so now we're gonna win that battle super fast. We don't even need invincibility. So we're gonna start the battle and we're gonna go select something else. And it says beat once reveal rewards. We're just gonna leave this here and it should automatically populate itself, I think. Nice. Bug fixed. Left just message received. All right. I'm going to give Left just a point. And let's go check that in. So we fixed 2 bugs, actually. This one, fix bug with assuming a shop exists. When I changed, what is it? Seen items tracker? Earlier, I forgot to update this code. We can't just assume that your weapon, we can't just assume that a shop exists when you've seen an item belonging to that shop. This means that customers can desire items that you can't actually sell yet, but could buy the shop to sell. Yeah. The 50th, 13th. All right, fix bug with instance rewards. The rewards tooltip would only get updated when the instance was selected when you beat it. So it was possible to beat a location and not, it's possible to, I'll just leave it at that. What did I just do? No idea what I just did. All right, so we're done with that. Next, leveling even just a single adventurer beyond the recommended level produces an outsized effect on battling efficiency. I mean, this is kind of how leveling works in almost any game. If you are level 50, going back and killing level 1 stuff is going to be really easy. And that's really all I'm talking about here. Well, not just that, I guess. It's that your party composition doesn't matter as much as your raw stats. And your raw stats rise by quite a lot. We have these progressions for just power. And I only filled in a few of the values anyway. But you can see it goes from 10 up to 66 by what, level 8 or something? And that is a massive power differential. Yeah, at any given point, after here, it's rising by like about 50% each time. Not quite, but it's a very large percentage. I think we got to tone this down. But I think everything up until about level 6 is probably good. I don't know. This is not a change I can just make lightly, so I'm just trying to think about this for a bit. It's not even necessarily a problem if leveling is the most impactful thing you can do. And we do need to require you to level at some point. If you didn't have to level up, then you wouldn't engage with half the systems in the game. Yeah, I'm just going to delete this for now. All right, this was a perk idea as I was watching Leftist. I don't think you've ever commented on this, but we could add critical cooking to the chef slime. And I think it'd be nice and flavorful. And we probably add it to the fishing pond. Where's the fishing pond? Did I load from a save file? Oh. No, I didn't. I see. Or maybe I did. I don't know. Whatever. Anyway, there it is. Yeah, what if we put a perk here? It says fishing perks. It's not really for fishing, but yeah, we add critical cooking. Like how we have critical eating for the garbage slime. I think it would be a good thing to do. Yeah, I think we should add that. Got her to play the demo. She loved it. Nice. Nice, nice, nice. That's great. Yeah, where cooking gives extra sludge. Yeah, yeah. And the reason we put it on the fishing pond is because I think there's enough stuff for the farm at first. And I think the fishing pond adding to even how the farm works would be pretty nice. We kind of have a very similar thing in the form of this glowy fish. This is add a chance for the fish to give you more. But critical cooking would be a chance for anything to give you more. So I think we should file that. Yeah, let's file it as a task. Add critical. What should we call that? Food critic is the garbage slimes critical eating perk. What do we call the chef slimes critical cooking perk? Let's look at the regex dictionary and search for anything with the word or anything with critic in it. $$$$$. So here are all of the words that contain critic. I don't think we can make a pun on any of these. Yeah. All right. What is this? Okay, no. Diet critical. I mean, the pun would still be on diet critic, which I unless we said like this the shape slime. I don't think it would really work. That's fine. We can still come up with something else. Honestly, even just calling it critical cooking, or maybe, yeah, I'll just say that. Add critical cooking perk. Okay, there. Yeah, that closes the loop. This should be in the fishing pond. It's just like the critical eating perk, but for the chef slime. Also, this would be more valuable than glowy fish. This would be more valuable than glowy fish. It's probably a late game perk. Hey, Sengo. What are you doing there? And what's that keyboard? I'm working on a game called Skeleseller. And yeah, the keyboard's a corn keyboard. The game is this. So it's a laid-back town management game where you hire adventurers, you send them into battle, they fight automatically for you, and they earn items. When I zoom in, it lags like this. Yeah. They earn items that you then sell in your town. And yeah, that lets you upgrade your town and get better adventures and stuff. Disclaimer, the food is delicious. Delicious food could be interesting. Something like that. what should I say, like flavor routes we could take. The chef is getting slightly better at cooking. We could call it delicious sludge. Actually, that is pretty funny. Maybe something like slightly less unappetizing dishes. Kitchen is not bad. Critical taste. Oh, you have it in your bookmarks. Oh, cool. Yeah. By the way, something I stumbled on a game about a squirrel. I don't remember what it was called, but it's on Blue Sky somewhere. Let's just type in squirrel game Steam. A squirrel with a gun? No, I think it was this one. Squirreled away. Okay, so I don't care about any of this. Stop it. Stop it all. How do you hide this? There. Anyway, I came across this on Blue Sky, and I don't really know anything about the game, but the Blue Sky post said something like, "We just got 100,000 wish lists on Steam." So I'm like, oh man, like when did this game come out? How many sales does it actually have? And for those who don't know, the general rule of thumb is take the number of reviews, multiply it by somewhere between 30 to 50, and that's about how many sales they should have. So here you'd probably expect them to have about 15,000 sales. They got 100,000 wish lists, according to them. There's no way to verify that for me. And I just thought that's not the level of sales I'd probably expect, given that this launched, what is that? Like, yeah, 2.5 weeks ago. And don't get me wrong, if this is, 15,000 sales at this point, that's still incredibly good. It makes me wonder how important are wish lists. I still know the more the better. That's still true. But I would have expected this to have like tens of thousands of sales already, I guess. Anyway, I don't know. None of this matters. It was just an idle comment. Do you have plans to change the battle arena setting? It looks so similar to the main map. It's difficult to see sometimes. I wonder if having a different battle area for each location might help it stand out. Could just be my old eyes. So there are different battle areas already for each location. The forest is the first one, and it does look pretty similar to the town. But like the volcano is the next major one you'd go fight in, and this looks different enough where I don't think it's a problem. But I wonder if being able to move these windows would help, or I'm not sure. So no, we're probably not going to change the background itself for that, but we might change some other things that might make it a little bit easier. It's going to have the highest sales. I'm going to make a game about genies, and it'll have the most wish lists. All right, so could add critical cooking. We got that written down. Extractor needs to indicate when it's full if you try dragging a potion to it. We have something about this. This clearly indicate when you drag an item to an invalid drop zone. Yeah. I guess I'll just type the date out here. Also, when the extractor has been problematic for people, e.g. if you only have the farm and all of the plots are full, people still try dragging an item there. It flopped right on its belly. All right, didn't know how to spend sludge. We need a game to tell you. Yeah, I think that was written for Boomer Tester as well. Is out of curiosity, hang on, let me take a look at something. No, I want to see if they were still streaming. They're not. They were streaming this morning playing the game though. And just like watching Leftist, I had a bunch of notes when I was watching Boomer Tester play. Didn't know how to spend sludge. Okay, so I think what we should probably do is add a tip when you have at least 10 sludge and have waited at least maybe like 30 to 60 seconds that you can open the adventurers panel to upgrade or level up an adventurer. Yeah. But is that sufficient? I don't know. I think having more nudges, like if we could make this button glow with like a rainbowy outline, I think that would really help. To be like, hey, here's a thing you've never done before. Yeah, I think we should probably do something like that. Probably have a very obvious rainbow glow on the things we want you to do for the first time. And it could still only happen after you don't notice it for yourself. Like we just let you get however much sludge, and if 60 seconds have passed and you have enough to be able to level up an adventurer for the first time, that we're like, oh, now let's apply super glowy distraction mode. Adding a tip to the farmer would be nice too. Yeah, I'll write that down. The farmer should probably also tell you about this. Yeah. Okay. Sorry. I'm thinking about timing wise of all this stuff. I'm gonna take a quick break. I just gotta use the bathroom, and also an ad break is running anyway, so this is a pretty good time to do it. I'll be right back, and then we'll finish up some of this stuff. Is it jump time? It's jump time. close the game. All right, so not spending sludge. Let's go. I think we'll add a tip for this. So I need to know when you've accumulated sludge and then when you've spent it. I don't think we know when you've accumulated it, do we? Wait, we have, no, we don't. Oh, no, we do right there. Wisdom sludge changed. All right, so I think our steps are going to be something like this. Listen for building the, oh, wait, hang on one sec. All right, listen for building the chef slime or like getting the chef slime. And then listen for this. And then how do we know that you've leveled up? We probably don't have that anywhere, do we? No, we don't. It's a debug function. Level up adventure. Is this what we call from the, it is. Well, well, well. Okay, so we just need an event from here. Yeah. Add a signal for leveling up an adventurer from town, level up adventure. And then make the new tip. All right, let's go start. And is this reasonable for this? Wait until you have enough to level up. Then maybe wait a little bit of time, then tell you about how you can level up. Yeah, I think this is reasonable. All right, so we're going to call this the spend sludge tip. It's really leveling up your adventure. So maybe we should call it that. No, spend sludge. All right, now what do we do? Where do we put this? We need to know when you've built a certain shop. Unlocked instance. Does nothing do this? Apparently nothing does this. I could have sworn something did. Huh. Quite peculiar. Yeah, quite peculiar. Okay, well, whatever. We'll just save one of these. All right, so what are the conditions we said? You need to have enough sludge. Has enough sludge. And you need to have never leveled up an adventure before. Has leveled up it, or has, I guess, spent sludge. Yeah. That's all we need to know. All right, now where are my notes on this? So make the new tip. We did that, I guess. Oh, except for we never made the tip ID. Tip system. Spend sludge equals 14. Delete the word tip from there. All right, so that part's done. Let's go back to our... There. All right, listen for getting the chef slime. All right, how do we know that you got this thing? I like the D menu command placement. What are you talking about, Muses? If you code, do you have like a vision in your head of how you imagined it, or are you just coding and seeing what's going to happen? I mean, you can see what I'm doing right now for this, right? I wrote out what I wanted to do in plain English, and now I'm going and performing those steps. So yeah, I do have an image in my head of what I want to have happen here. I think the only time that's not true, where I don't exactly have an image in my head, is when I'm just going for some kind of visual effect. Like, let's say I was writing a shader and I was just like, this needs to look cool. Then yeah, I might not know what I'm trying to do. But in general, I think for other code that I have, it's centered the way D menu is. Huh, I don't know what D menu is, but yeah, the command palette moving. I just did a short on this. I don't know if you'd seen it. Give me a sec. I'm trying to find this. Well, I'll just link all the shorts. There are only 7 of them, but it's this one, the move your command palette one. Okay, so what do we need here? We need a signal for leveling up. Let's go do that. And all we really care about is that you leveled up any adventurer. Leveled up adventurer. Well, we probably should pass in the adventurer that you leveled up. No, we don't need it. So why would I do that? Yeah. Level up adventurer. All right, and just invoke this thing. Then we listen for that over here. Level up adventurer. Leveled up. And we need to listen to the whether you got the chef slime. Where's that done? Unlocked chef. Cool. Okay, so this function is just going to be so that we can listen to another thing here. So, oh, do we not have the town? No, we do. It's just capitalized. Yeah. Town dot chef slime dot on wisdom sludge changed. Yeah, there we go. Oh, it's an app launcher for Linux. Gotcha, gotcha, gotcha. I see. Yeah, my basic thinking is just for a menu I open all the time, it might as well be where I'm looking. I actually should put this more to the left. Yeah. Okay, let's go add this function in. So what does this take in? This has two things here. I don't know what they are. One's probably the total and the other's the delta. Yeah, it's total and delta. Can you not do that? I think only when they're proper tuples. It's too bad that you can't do that though. Dude, my VS Code will be unrecognizable. You've got the power. Yeah, total and delta. Total and delta. Total and delta. Total and delta. Okay, so has enough sludge is going to be that this is greater than the adventurer level up costs. Where even are those? Level up costs? Here it is. Level up costs. Okay, level up costs 0. And 0 is 10, right? Yep, 10. All right, so as long as you have enough, and as spent sludge is going to be as the total is, or the delta is less than 0. All right, easy. And I guess we can disconnect these listeners when we're finished, right? I really need to do that stuff. We probably don't even have that in here anywhere, do we? Copy path of active files, cd into that, and then search for minus equals. Unrecognized flag. How do you do this? Backslash? Yeah, that's how you do that. And yeah, it doesn't show up at all. Okay, well, we're gonna have to do that. Haven't found anything about it in your FAQ. How long have you been coding? Did you learn it by yourself? Check this out. That's, I think, got the answers to everything that you asked. And thanks for looking in the FAQ. If you can't find things there, I think generally the next place to check is in the commands thing. I don't know exactly what you'd even search for that. Maybe like university or something. And I guess it doesn't show up because it's searching through the command names. And yeah, no worries about, like, feel free to ask questions in chat. I'm not trying to get you to stop. I'm just saying if you want to go searching through that, you might find a lot of info there. All right, so I want to stop listening to these things afterward. I got to write that down. Stop listening for these events after a tip is done. So on level up, we don't actually care about listening to this. In fact, I added this for no reason. Leveled up adventure. Leveled up adventure, yeah. So the conditions to show you have enough sludge and you have never spent sludge. And if you have enough sludge, there's no way for you to not be able to spend it. You have to be able to spend it. And this is, if you've ever spent it, then we can close this. This doesn't matter. This doesn't matter. Yeah, that was pretty easy. All right, so now the tip itself needs to be different. You have enough wisdom sludge to level up an adventurer. Click the adventurers button to do so. Okay, so that's that. Now we should test this out by changing some of these things. All right, let's try it. So it's going to show a whole bunch of different tips, which I'm going to ignore, but the one that we just coded is the one I'm interested in. So let's let the normal tips get out of the way first. Yeah, you have enough money to hire another adventurer, don't care. It's going to spawn something else here soon about the canyon, I think. Yeah, great, whatever. Okay, so now let's unlock the farm. And I'm going to give myself enough sludge to be able to level up. So as soon as I do this, we should see a tip pop up. Yep, you have enough wisdom sludge to level up an adventurer. Click the adventurers button to do so. So I click this, and I click level up, and then that tip should just go away. Yeah. It's glitching out because of how I changed the time, but it goes away on its own. That's it. That's the whole feature. Yeah. So now what we want to do is start cleaning up some of these tips, which I should probably do in another commit. Yeah, so we want this checked in, this, and this, but not that bit at the bottom. Add tip about spending sludge. I used the right number for that. Yeah. Okay. Now we got to clean up the tips when they're not going to be used anymore. We never needed to do this before this. Yeah, we never needed to do this. We should have some like cleanup function. We need to know that we never show this tip again. Do I already have this written down somewhere? I could have sworn I had something like this about listeners not being cleaned up. Yeah, clean up these tips. Well, that's weird. Look at that. It says clean up code tip system / code. But it shows up correctly here. I'm just using backticks. I'm kind of surprised that GitHub shows these. Most of the listeners have constant time functions attached, but not all of them. When we know we're never going to show a tip again, we should disconnect its listeners. This is incredibly low priority. Well, I think it's worth doing now. All right, so let's assign this to myself and then just go do it. So whenever we say that we can no longer show the tip again, that's when we want to clean all of these up. And I guess loading from save data should just do that immediately. Union with that, intersect with that. Go tip, add this here. Tips we can show, shown tips, add. Stop the timer. This technically doesn't need to happen. We have no more tips we can show. Yeah, so there are multiple ways that this thing can have a tip added here. The tip itself should know that it was added to this, but there's no easy way to do that. But I guess on load, we can just, I can just iterate over all of them and then call cleanup on this. So here's what I think I want to do. I think I want a public, I guess it could just be a dispose function though. We could just delete the tip. Is that a problem? What's in shown tips is just a hash set of IDs. Yes. And then what's this? This is a bunch of instances that exist here. We could delete them. Set values in it. Let me take a look at all this. Show tip. Make sure that it's not already showing. That's fine. On timer timeout, go through every tip. We need its ID if we're going to do that. We don't get the tips themselves. They would have been disposed. So that wouldn't matter. So far, so good. This is fine. And this is fine. Yeah. You could short circuit listeners if it's already in shown tips. It's not about short circuiting them. We need to clean them up. So, and we need to basically just whenever we know that a tip cannot show up again, we need to make sure we've gotten rid of its listeners. Yeah, so here's what I think is best. I think just disposing of the tips is going to be best. So let's try this with one of these. Let's try with, what's the first thing that shows up when we start the game? Because whatever that is the easiest one to test this with. So let's just see what that is. And how long does it take? Because that takes like 5 seconds to go away, right? Why does this take so long? You have an adventurer shop and some whatever. You have an adventurer. Why doesn't this show up immediately? It's just when you've completed the tutorial, which should happen as soon as you start the game. Why is it taking like 10 seconds? Is it? No, it's not that. We have a timer.start 1 here. So this times out, and then what happens here? We go through all the tips. We check to see if we can. All right, let's just put a breakpoint here. Unfortunately, that's getting hit every second, isn't it? Yeah, okay. So now we go into the game. Should get hit after 1 second. Yes, it does. But then why can't it find anything to show? Tips we can show is empty. What sets this up? Oh, I see. Checks to see we've met the conditions for them. And we're going through every tip for this. So what do we end up doing? Let's just put this here. So the ID of this one is hire adventurer. So we get that we can show the tip. Then we call show available tip down here, right? Yeah. Tips we can show. There are 2 of them. So we get one of them and we call show on it. Then what's the problem here? I don't see any problem so far. Still don't see a problem. This causes it to show. What's going on then? As soon as I hit play it, yeah, it showed up. What? Oh, maybe there's a time that is based on wall time. Yeah, this. Yep, that's it. This is set to 10. Whoops. Okay. Yeah, my bad. All right, so now as soon as we start the game, well, not as soon, 1 second after we start the game, it should show that first tip, right? Yeah, nice. And we should see it on screen. Perfect. Okay, so that's the you have an adventurer, a shop, whatever. And what is that one? You have an adventurer, a shop, whatever. Yeah, this one. All right, so we want a dispose function here. Do I have a dispose? Nice, I do. And here we want to get rid of these listeners. So we just do that. Excuse me. And I guess set them to this. Yeah. No suitable method found to override. I guess that means that tip needs to have I disposable. Cannot be found. Is it not called I disposable? No, it is. Doesn't implement dispose. Sure. We don't need to do anything special here. I do want this to be virtual though, right? And just purposely do nothing for this. Why is this? Change it to call gc.suppress finalize. This will prevent derived types that introduce a finalizer from needing to re-implement it. No, that's unfortunate. Hey, Apta. How's it going? What's the proper way to implement this? Well, clean up native resources. Do I really need to call suppress finalize? This feels weird. Sure, it's declared public and sealed. I don't want it to be sealed, right? How can you even have a sealed abstract class? Yeah. Maybe I don't want the base class to be disposable then. But then how would you ensure that children conform to that? Maybe this just isn't virtual. Otherwise, you need to override it, right? I'm super confused. Okay, let's just look up I disposable. This Java? It's C sharp, but it's very, very similar to Java. Um, yeah, I don't know. uh, let's look at what Godot does for this stuff. Use auto property. I probably should have done that. These just all inherit from something that has it. Yeah, which is presumably node, right? Or maybe Godot object. Here it is. I disposable. All right, so what do they define? They do call GC suppress finalize, and they also call dispose with disposing true. And this is their virtual function that they have. And it keeps track of whether we've disposed this thing or not. We want the children to override this. Override the dispose bool one. So mark the other one as virtual. Because the public non-virtual, not overridable parameterless dispose method is called when it's no longer needed. Its purpose is to free unmanaged resources. Okay, so this is basically always what dispose looks like is here. So whatever I did, so this looks like that, and then we have a protected virtual void dispose disposing. Then this one does nothing. Yeah. And we probably don't want to allow this thing to be disposed multiple times, so this could keep track of it. But anyway, now our tip system, this should actually be working correctly, right? Ensure that method bool disposing calls base dispose in all possible control flow paths. All right, I'm just going to put a breakpoint here. And then we want to delete this thing. So I want to just null out its thing in the tip system. Probably not a good idea. Also, where do we add this thing over here? I want to see. Show tip. It says shown tips. I guess we don't need this anymore as soon as it's shown, right? So could we just do that? Could I say tips ID equals null? It's not going to work because it doesn't allow this thing to be a question mark. All right, and that's going to break the rest of the class. Let's still run this anyway. Just want to see. The garbage collector should eventually dispose of this thing, which should allow us to clean up what we have references to. So let's see if it's working. Yep. Well, wait, no. This is the problem with this. Why null versus removing that entry? Removing the entry would work. but apparently we use the entry. So neither one's going to work for right now. We keep track of whether we've met the conditions for this thing to close. And I guess we're checking this every single time. Might want to change this too. All right, let's get rid of what I just did. And let's remove this. Remove ID. But then this code is going to break just like it's breaking right now. We need to wait until the tip is closed to remove from the dictionary. Yeah, I think that'd be the best thing we could do, but we would need to know that the notification box has closed. Oh, here it is. And then we never show that tip again. So yeah, I guess we keep track of it here. All right, so we do this. And let's try that out. So I click this. It should eventually garbage collect that thing, call dispose on it. It hasn't yet. But if I just do a bunch of stuff that might require garbage collection at some point, it should happen. Or maybe nothing is calling this. Yeah, it's possible nothing's calling it. Tutorial tip. Yeah, this never got called. What should call that? Doesn't that mean we have a reference to it? Oh, we do. No, wait, no. We shouldn't have a reference to the tip anymore. We have a reference to its ID. Tips. This is the only place we ever keep track of a tip, right? Yes. Yeah. So by removing this thing, it should get garbage collected. Can we like force a call to dispose? C# calling dispose directly. When we need to call dispose. Always call dispose as soon as you finish using it. Even better, wrap it in a using statement. Okay. Well, that should be pretty easy, right? Where's the tip itself? There it is. Tip.dispose. All right, so now we don't have any questions about this. It should just work. Do breakpoints work? Yeah, breakpoints on dispose work. I just don't think anything was disposing it, which is a little bit weird. Yeah, now it's getting hit. So we call these things. There should be no negative repercussions of that. Yeah, perfect. All right. So the next thing we need to do is when loading from a save file, we need to make sure that all of these tips are deleted from just the regular tips, I guess. And then we've disposed all of them too. Yeah, so maybe something here like dispose tip ID. How do we do this? Try get value. Yeah, there. Okay, so here we just do that. And then we do this when loading. So for each good and dispose of them all. Great, there. I think that'll do it. So let's try launching this. We're going to show that first tip. We're going to save. And then when we load, it should also get deleted. So I click this, it breaks in. Well, it should have broken in. Maybe I got rid of the breakpoint. I did. Okay, well, whatever. And then I save and load, and it should break in there. Perfect. Yeah, nice. All right. Yeah, that's what I want to have happen. Now we need to actually write the dispose function for every single one of these tips. So yeah, let's go write it. Canhorn, thanks for the resub. Happy 19 months. How have you been? Very nice that people are showing support. All right, we're just going to do this everywhere. Yeah. Augment portal tip. Oh, speaking of adding tips, the spend sludge tip, I didn't ever add in the UID file. I got to do that. Run UID tool. All right, what's this one do? Paste that. Paste that. Good. I'm glad we're finally doing this. Yeah, we certainly have enough of these things. Cool. We're getting there. Completed existing content. This is pretty much exactly the same function if I'm not mistaken. Yep, it is. Finished tutorial we already did. Hire adventurer tip. It should know, yeah. I was going to say the AI can just fill these in for me. Instances manager dot whatever. Yep. We should make sure we can still go back to the title screen. Make sure we can still go to the title screen after getting tips. Because I'm not sure what the dispose order is going to be. All right, what is this? Scene item tracker and built a shop. Going good. Always good to have nothing to complain about. I agree. Option B, remove the listeners there. I think we tend to do this on dispose though, so that we can have the same pattern that we also use for Godot objects. It's not necessary, but I think it's what we should do. Unlock chef. Except for just unlock chef. Yep. All right, time tips don't do anything. That one's fine. Tip doesn't need to do anything. Tip ID is fine. Tip system is fine. Town hall tip is the last one then. And this just has money changed. Found money changed. All right, those are all of our tips being cleaned up properly. Would you look at that? So this does have a performance impact, albeit pretty minimal. The way that these tips work is that they keep listening for things, and even when they are done and they'll never show again, they still have these listeners. So now we won't do anything with these listeners. And in most cases, it's not really going to be a huge deal. Like here, we're just checking some basic if statements. Like, is money big enough? Have we waited long enough? But yeah, those just won't happen. I think this is the reason for my object dispose bugs. I'm cleaning mine up in exit tree. Yeah, you got to be careful with a few different things. One, pretty much never call free. Always call queue free. Run into some like weird timing things if you just free things immediately. Two is to make sure you're actually removing your listeners. Typically do that from dispose. In fact, I even added a dispose snippet, so I can just press enter here and it fills out the basics of that. Yeah. I think it's a helpful set of patterns to follow. All right, so we're going to try to run this, and from a player point of view, there should be no difference whatsoever, other than, like I said, very, very minor performance improvement, but it also shouldn't crash. So let's save this. Let's load. A tip should pop up, I'm pretty sure. Oh, no, because it was already shown. So we'd have to wait 60 seconds, I think. What if we go to the title screen? That works. New game. So we're going to not click this. I'm going to save. We're going to go to the title screen. I'm going to load. We'll see a new tip now. Yeah, it's about hiring an adventurer. If I were to hire that adventurer, then the tip should go away. Yeah, I know the time is acting funky there. That's fine. It does go away. Seems like best practice to call the base class first. Looks like that's what you do. In this case, it doesn't matter because the base class isn't doing anything. This is just an empty function. In fact, we don't even need the call to the base class here, but it's nice to have in case we do eventually need it for something. I think it all depends on how you're disposing of things. I guess if you're using anything protected, you might want to call the base class last. I have curiosity, Sengo. What is the word in whatever language you speak? I'm curious to look this up now. And thank you. All right, so I'm pretty sure we've coded all of this. Why should I tell you about this? We did this part. The rainbow glow is something else we should probably do at some point. But this has been coded, and this is what we just fixed. So let's check that in. Is this German? This sounds German. It is. Calming. The more you know. Okay, so we finally clean all these things up. This wasn't that hard to do. This stuff should not be checked in. Also, I think this should just be tip interval. I don't know why we wouldn't do that. Dispose tip. Wait a sec. We don't need to... we probably do need to do that. Okay, that's fine. Okay, all this looks good. What's your keyboard? I'm using a Corn keyboard. Do you have any tips for reducing note-taking friction, especially in Obsidian? I feel like I regularly think I should take more notes, and then it takes a non-negligible effort to get started, and I bounce off of it. I think part of it comes down to identify where you would have wanted notes for something. In general, I treat this the same way I treat physical cleaning. I don't know if you've ever heard this tip before, how common this is, but it's if you can't find something, then when you finally do find it, put it where you looked first. So this is super useful, right? Like you're looking for whatever, I don't know, a flashlight, and you open a drawer. That drawer is where that flashlight should be when you finally do find it, or you buy a new one because you could never find it. Like, I think it's the same thing with notes. If you run into a problem, I don't know, maybe you're coding in Python and you're like, how do I sort an array? The first place I'm going to look is not actually my notes. That's such a common thing that I'm just going to type Python sort array into a search engine and I'm going to find the answer. But if it is your notes, then, and it's not there, then that means that you should add it. And you should add it where you started looking. And then it's a matter of identifying where are the places that you could get value out of your notes in the future. And for me, I think if you do nothing else, the most obvious place for notes is any troubleshooting information. So I don't know, suppose you bought a device, your phone or whatever, and you're like, oh man, I run into this problem every month where an alarm doesn't shut itself off and your OS has some bug in it. It's like, well, just write that down somewhere. Like, here's how I fixed my alarm problem I had. Or, hey, I was coding something and this thing didn't build. Well, here's what that error message meant. Those notes are almost always going to be valuable again in the future. Because it's very rare that you identify a problem, encounter it once, and then never encounter it again, and no one you know encounters it again either. I know the next time I look, it'll be where I found it last time. Yeah, I guess that it can potentially be a problem, but it's a good rule of thumb. Like, I tend to look for something in the same place pretty much every time, to the point where now I'm pretty deliberate about trying to put it back in that place. Okay, so this is that we fixed this issue, 867. Clean up tips. Fixes 867. We were just never cleaning up event listeners. So even tips that could never show would still be running some code for no reason. Okay, so that's done. Now run the UID tool is next. That one's very mechanical. So let's just go do that. This should add one missing UID file, possibly more, but at least one. Add missing UID file. Just waiting for it to appear. It takes a while. Currently struggle a lot with having dozens of single line note files, which is just enough to be like, I see I did this thing before, but now what? Yeah, so sometimes I have a section of my notes called one-liner notes, which are just things like you can press whatever, Command D to duplicate a line. And if there are any commonalities here, like let's say I write another thing, like you can press Command X to cut a line, I might change the title to something like keyboard shortcuts. So a lot of organization is not even clear at first. It's only clear in hindsight. And yeah, notes definitely do take some amount of maintenance. Even knowledge itself changes over time. So like the way that you solve the problem today might not be how you have to solve it in the future. And even things you might think don't change, like languages. Maybe you do think of them as changing, but like, oh, the French word for yes is oui. Like maybe in the future that's not true. maybe we've deviated from that so far that yeah, your notes need to be updated. And I think that's another sort of inherent cost to really anything. Anything that exists probably needs to be maintained to some extent. And yeah, your notes are no different. Yeah, have one place for everything. You'll never need to search two places. All right, so we've done this. The farmer should probably tell you about this. What does the farmer say now? Hi, I'll tell you how your farm works. Drop potions into the extractor near me to extract seeds and plant them on your farm. When a crop is fully grown, click it to harvest it. The chef slime will then cook it for you. And then I can write something like, maybe not cook it for you. Maybe just say cook it into wisdom sludge for you. And then we could add another message that says something like spend the wisdom sludge in the adventurers panel. Yeah, that's what probably happened. Okay, let's do that. So let's say this as greeting 4. Call this greeting 4 and say spend the wisdom sludge in the adventurers tab to level up your adventurers. All right, great. So then greeting 3 needs to change to go to greeting 4. Or potentially standby. And this needs to be a sequence state. And needs to have a go on. All right, that should look good. Let's try that. I'm reading Babel right now, and language changing over time comes up a couple times. Yeah. 6-month review comes around. Oh, so for that, I think I would do something totally different. I actually keep a journal that's publicly accessible on stream. And I wanted this to be very lightweight because I don't have a boss really. So I just want to keep track of like, what am I doing day to day? But you can augment this however you want. The general idea was at a glance, I can look and see how long projects have taken or how long sub-projects have taken just by looking at these 3 columns. And these are really, really basic columns to fill out, right? Date is mechanical. The projects you worked on are very easy. Then in notes, you can write whatever you want or what you thought the impact was or whatever. Keep track of artifact here. At my last job, that's what I did. My last like industry job. I had artifacts here, like here's the document I produced and here's whatever, some, I don't know, other impact of the thing that happened. And I sort this by year. It makes it very easy to go back and see last 6 months, here's what I did. And then, yeah, if you want more detail, you can drill into the notes. Okay, so do we have a save file? I don't even know why I clicked that. It was easier to just click the sign and build it. All right, so what do they say? Hi, I'll tell you how your farm works. Drop potions into the extractor near me to extract seeds and plant them on your farm. When a crop is fully grown, click it to harvest it. The chef slime will then cook it into wisdom sludge for you. And then it breaks. Because I forgot to put this inside the state machine. New greeting for town. Help with working on promo docs. Yeah. Yeah, it's very easy to forget what you worked on 6 months ago. Too easy to forget. All right, spend the wisdom sludge in the adventurers tab to level up your adventurers. Nice. Okay, cool. Yeah, that's good. So have the farmer talk about wisdom sludge. Yeah, I really should look at the diff, even though I don't think there's anything questionable here. Yeah, no, everything's fine. All right, so rainbow glow on the things we want you to do for the first time. I do think this would be really nice to have. Like, this button looks very appealing. You might expect that to be what happens every time, I wonder. I'll just keep this as a consideration for later. Consider having a very obvious rainbow glow on things. I'm concerned that players may expect this to show up every time you can do something, but I guess that's what the green highlight and the, how do we find that circle character? Suffix. Found it. Character R4. Got a Discord friend and message request 1 minute after joining. After someone joined Adam Learns Discord. Oh, I can boot them from here. Hang on, let me turn off streamer mode. Huh. What did the DM say? If you don't mind, I guess DMing it to me, or you could share it with me too. Because their account was made like 2 years ago. That doesn't mean it wasn't hijacked or something. Discord added a really, really nice feature a few months ago where if you ignore enough people from a specific server, it'll say something like, hey, it looks like you're ignoring a lot of people from the, game dev subreddit server. Do you want to just stop friend requests from coming in anymore from that server? And it's like, yes. I don't even know why I'm still in the server. I should probably just get out of it, but yeah. How do we turn on streamer mode again? Turn this back on. There it is. Enable. Oh yeah, we got to push a new version. What am I doing? Okay, yeah. Just high. Interesting. Yeah, especially because they chose you whose name starts with an H. It's not like they picked the first person on the list or something. Strange. All right, so here's the only problem. I'm hungry now. I want to post a new version. All right, let's take a look. I want to see how these automatically generated release notes work. Automatically generated release notes provide an automated alternative to manually writing them. With automatically generated ones, you can quickly generate an overview of the contents. Automatically generated notes include a list of merge pull requests, etc. All right, so on GitHub, navigate to the main page. To the right, click releases. Do we even have that? No. Do we have to enable it on the repo? Huh. Let me go take a look. I don't know where you do this. GitHub enable releases. What? Am I missing something? How do you turn this on? Who can use this feature? Write access? Yeah, it should be me. Create, modify, you can publish these. What? How do you turn this on? Am I just blind? Where is this supposed to show up? Included in the homepage, releases. Well, why can't I see it? Huh. That's strange. And GR doesn't go to them, and it should. Right? No, it doesn't even show up here. What am I missing? Right? There has to be something. Yeah, there has to be something I'm missing here. It says include in the homepage. Is it? I don't know what I'm doing. Do you have it disabled in the repo settings? Just go to /releases. Yeah, that definitely that works. Thank you. But why? Huh. Okay. I am kind of surprised they don't just tell you how to do this then if it's not showing up. All right, create a release to package software along with the release notes. So, I mean, at this point, I'm guessing it should be pretty straightforward, right? Draft a new release, choose a tag. You created a tag, select the target drop-down menu. Hidden until you make your first one. Yeah, that's too bad. All right, well, let's make sure to bump the project version at least. So we're at 0.7.3 alpha now. Yeah, so I'm going to push this. Bump project version to 0.7.3. And then I want to form a release based on that. So create a new release. 0.7.3. Tag. Yeah, create a new type of version number for your release. Okay, interesting. Create a new tag. Oh, it does it on publish. Prefix your version names with letter V. Oh, I see how that works. Oh, I'm supposed to hit this after selecting. Okay, got it. All right, I'll just write some quick notes about this. Actually, let's just write them in the GitHub notes directly. Excellent. Yeah, GitHub. Releases. You can have releases, or you can use releases to automatically create a change log. Here it is. If you've never used releases before, just append releases to your GitHub URL to access them for the first time. Then create a new tag named after your version by clicking the tag drop down, typing something like V017.3, and clicking the plus. All right, so now what do we do? Above the description, select the previous tag, then click the tag that identifies the previous release. Alternatively, you can automatically generate them by clicking generate release notes. Oh, hey, there we go. But I need to set the previous tag, which we don't have a previously tagged release. So wouldn't know what to pick from. Can I tag a commit? Let's just click this. I don't know how we would do that. Or like create a release from an old commit maybe. I don't know about that. I don't have a previous tag. Yeah, that's correct. Well, how would I get a tag? GitHub tag old commit. Create releases for old commits. Still tag the commit manually using git. Is it supposed to be possible? This is from like 7 years ago. Oh, hey, there is a in Target you can pick commits. Oh, wow, there we go. Okay. Oh, so I should just make one out of whenever I bumped the last version, right? Yeah, here. Bump version. Can we make it out of, if I click this, what happens here? Just click this and see. Target. Yeah, unfortunately, I apparently can't just type a commit hash in here, can I? No. Hey, Potato, you can tag from the terminal. Just git checkout, git tag, and then push. Yeah, I think I'm going to need to do that. To automatically generate release notes, click generate release notes. This requires that you have an old tag to compare against, or else it'll probably use the entire history. For that, you probably just use the command line. All right, so just git checkout, git tag. I'll write commit hash, git tag name, and then git push tags. Yeah, thank you both. Like to today, I want to try playing on Linux. You think it'll work under Proton? It should. There's just a native Linux build. And I'm pushing the new version now, although it's going to take me a little bit of time as I try to figure out what I'm doing here. So this should already be, yeah, totally fine. I'm going to go over to this one, check out this, tag it with V072, and then push tags, and then check out or get reset hard. No, I'm still in the wrong thing. Get checkout origin main. Yeah, there. Wait. Something's still wrong here. No, it's correct. It just doesn't show main anymore. There we go. Okay. Yeah, so that should now be on GitHub, right? So I'm gonna need to revert whatever I did here. Let's see. So choose a tag. This is the new one. Oh, that's the old one that exists. Okay, so 073 create tag is gonna be this one, and then generate notes. What? There isn't anything to compare. Hmm. I'm not sure what I might have done wrong. Let's take a look at that one more time and just see if I messed something up. First of all, what tags do I have? This is pointing at the right commit. Yeah, version 072. And that was 4 days ago. And now I create a new release, make a new tag, 073, and tag it against the previous one. But generate doesn't actually do anything. Huh. But you just push to main, don't make PRs? But why should that matter here, right? Isn't it just going to compare against commits anyway? It's based on PRs? Is it? Include a list of merge pull requests, a list of contributors. Oh, I thought this was just some of the things it includes. I took this to be, okay, interesting. Well, that's too bad. And thanks, ABC. Well, I should probably write that down then, huh? Note that it does this based. Oops. based on PRs, not just commits. All right. I don't know. What if I click publish anyway? I don't think it's going to do anything special. I don't think anything's going to be different. Yeah, no, it doesn't. It knows the commits here. Yeah, wait a second. Can I edit this and click generate again? No, it's not going to do anything special. Is it maybe I'm not even sure what this is supposed to do if I had PRs though. Will it use AI to generate these notes, or is it just going to generate them based on pretty much like what I saw here? Like I click this and I can just go look. Well, anyway, let's do this the old way for now, I guess. Git log. So we have from here up to here. Because not all of this stuff is even worth discussing. And then while this is running, or while I'm writing this out, let's go make the rest of this stuff work. Tools, export all builds. All right, so what do we do? This doesn't matter. This doesn't matter. This doesn't matter. Fix enchanter text. What was that? Oh, yeah. Okay, that doesn't matter. Fix extractor accepting items. What was that? Oh, yeah. It's probably not even worth writing any of this stuff, is it? It's just like improve quality of life and fix some bugs. I think that's the general thing. Yeah. Yeah, and let's write I don't know. There's like 15 minor things. There are like 15 minor changes here. All right, yeah, sure, good. All right, so has this finished? Just finished. Let's finish the rest of this stuff. You know what? I'm not even gonna test this. I assume someone's gonna play it in the next hour, and if not, it's fine. I'll just hear that it's broken at some point. Okay. I'm probably gonna want to fully automate this too at some point. Oh yeah, I need to use my phone to upload this thing, huh? So then go here and put the build on default. All right, so it's on itch now, and it's now on the back end of Steam, but is not publicly visible yet until I click over here. Give me a sec. Publish and click this and this and this. Okay. All right. In the next 5 minutes, if you just have Steam open, it'll eventually say that there's an update here. It doesn't for me yet. There's some way to trigger this. I don't know what it is. But yeah, if you just wait long enough, it'll eventually show up with update. And then let's go publish the notes. Oh, that's weird. I have to use this to log in too. I don't usually have to do that. Did it work? Yeah, nice, it worked. All right, so game update. We're just going to consider this to be a small update. And then let's look at the past patch notes to figure out what some of these other ones look like. Where's the edit button? I don't even know. Oh, you have to click it? Ah. Okay, so copy paste this over to here. 7.3, and then copy paste this. We've been getting a lot of feedback with this new version. This particular patch, 0.7.3, includes like 15 small changes to improve the player experience and fix some bugs. None are super notable. Right? Are any of these notable? No, no, no. What's that one? Fix bug with instance rewards. You'd think I'd remember this since I'm pretty sure I did this today. Yeah, an hour ago. Oh, yeah. Another minor bug. Yeah. Yep. Yeah, okay. Yeah, none of them are super important. All right, thank you. This particular patch includes 15 small changes to improve the player experience and fix some bugs. None are super notable. The plan is to continue to improve the game in the next week or so. I don't need to write that. That's fine. Save. And now we publish it. Done. I don't want special artwork for this. It doesn't matter. All right, so everything should be live. This should have said to update. Do I have this set to automatically update? Properties, updates. Wait until I launch the game. What? What? Why is this not saying update yet though? It's been like 5 minutes, right? Did they do this? Give me another sec. I'm not sure. I don't know if anyone got the update. Where's this? Default April 14th at 12:45. Yeah, okay, it's been 4 minutes. Maybe that's why. Yeah, and it should be on itch. Let's see if it's there. 12:44. Yep. Yeah, cool. All the builds are there. All right, so on itch, it's definitely up to date. On Steam, we might have to wait another minute or so. Like on store, it usually refreshes. I think that's insufficient. It might sometimes do that. Or there's still something going wrong here. I don't know. I wonder if just relaunching the whole thing would work. But I should probably just look this up. Let's see. Steam check for updates. Updates to view the update history and properties. But I didn't see anything there. Yeah, I don't see anything there. Force a game to check updates. Settings, downloads, cleared download cache. I'll just wait. Yeah, I don't need to do this now anyway. I think everything's gonna be fine. This is how this always worked in the past. All right, so let's close out of this stuff. So I'm gonna get lunch. This afternoon is gonna be about tackling more of these issues. A lot of it has to do with educating new players. And then we'll probably just keep adding more polishing, quality of life changes and stuff. I see the update news portion. Yeah, oh, here it goes. It did it. I think it took like 6 minutes that time. I guess I might as well test this, right? Yeah. Okay. Sure. Cool. So yeah, there are some small changes there. A lot of this stuff, and this is why I didn't write it down, a lot of it falls in the category of if you didn't know that the game ever functioned like it used to, you wouldn't notice anything special. Because yeah, it's fixing bugs, it's making things a little more obvious at first. I'm gonna go get lunch, and yeah, I will hopefully see you all afterward. Thanks for watching so far. When I do come back, I'll be back for probably a couple of hours at least. So yeah, take care. Cheers, everybody.